Just setting up the stream here as we are ready to kick off Magnus versus AuxArmes, match 13, first round of Swiss here. Just make sure everything is up and running. Hello, already folks in chat, love to see it. Awesome, we're just having some issues getting some players into the match. It did take 3 minutes. Took like 2 minutes for me to get in. Just click and wait, I guess. Not, we might need to rehost here. So, yeah. Post that this is up. Audio check, is this good? Should have Boldus joining me here shortly as well. Boldus and AuxArmes is still having trouble. See here, sorry, just some technical difficulties waiting to try to get the players in. I'm able to get in. All right, I see. Interesting map. Hopefully we'll get to play on it because it does look really cool. This is the wide dual archipelago. Call on comms, I guess. Boldus is in? Okay. All right, I think we have everyone in. Let me call Boldus. Boldus to start our call. Lock players. We're going to get underway here.
Hello.
Hello, Boldus. So excited to co-cast with you.
Yeah, looking forward to this one and glad it worked out.
Yes, I was a little scary there with I can't join. But it was weird because I was like, I can join. So something should work. So hopefully it would be nice and stable here.
I mean, in my experience, it's usually works out, but sometimes you just have to, wait a bit.
Folks in chat, can I get a quick audio check? Is Boldus coming on nice and clear? I'm coming in hopefully nice and clear. Everyone nice and clear. I do have game sounds on as well. Okay. Right.
And I'm turning on the stream as well so I can read the chat.
Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, just waiting for Ox to pick his nation, and then Magnus. Because it looks like we've got a Axum.
Axum. Ooh, that's
Makes
interesting.
sense. It's definitely a trader start with those 3 crabs and a fish. Lots and lots of growth there. So definitely a trader start.
Yeah, you have both up and down on the continent. Crazy amount of crabs and fish and some
Yes.
dice on top. That's
Yep.
I really hope for No, it's at least on my screen, it's Magnus that needs to decide on a nation.
Yes, Magnus should be able to pick here. And looks like we got a humble is going to be the trait that they both start with because traits are mirrored. And yes, this is a beautiful map. I'm sorry, I'm just super excited to see this. This is a game on this map because like this whole bottom area is basically walled off. So you've got some vandals that cannot be reached except for through water, which is great because they're going to just continually be a pain in the butt for people. And then you got this nice curving coastline. Kind of reminds me, Scion, of the map that I've been playing around with, Caldera Bay, one of my test maps that I've been trying to build, where you kind of got this indentation. So there's actually a really tough choke point with a really rich center site here. 3 pearls, honey, salt, silver, jade, goats, horses twice. Like such a powerful city site in the middle. Yeah, and we also have a schemer here, a military schemer, which is always interesting to see. And Carthage, as expected, from Magnus. It's definitely, I would definitely be slamming the Carthage button on this map. So
This seems to me like one of the bigger map scripts we have in the pool, and at least this particular map has been quite generous with the city sites.
yes, this is, yeah, this should be pretty fun here.
We do how many tribes do we have on the map? We have
I think we have Vandals,
Vandals and
Thracians, and Danes. So
Thracians
three tribes.
and the
I think
Danes.
it's
Yeah,
9 city sites each, if I counted right earlier.
yeah, that seems about right. And
With a
some good
central, 2
city
central
sites.
sites. Yeah, so maybe 10
And
total per side.
yeah, and some quality sites.
Yeah,
I mean, there
yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of resources on almost each side, and not a lot of terrain in the way. I mean, you can go directly north, get the first barbarian going. So a lot of options, and we see they opted for 2 different routes. That's interesting. But both going schema, I find that interesting. I really think schema works excellent with Carthage. That's there is a lot of synergy
Yes,
in
I
that
I
setup.
really love I really love schemers as Carthage. I mean, I really love Carthage. I keep going back and forth between schemer and builder personally for my openings. I honestly don't know, but even nerfed schemer still is so strong because the science is always great, and adoption, especially as Carthage, because you have all those extra civics from founding cities, so you can easily pull off adoption. Also, weird fun fact: Moria, their nation bonus that reduces mission cost actually works on adoption. So you have a 50 civic adoption. So there's, which is also kind of nice.
I haven't played that nation too much. I recently did a rankings video and people were like, "What the fuck?" That all the Indian nations are basically slammed in my rankings because I lack experience. But it's a personal taste, so it is what it is.
Yeah, no, they are. Mario is probably the most accessible one because it's just basically a new set of families. Anyways, let's focus on the game. We've got Ironworking opening up from Carthage, which is an interesting first tech. And then Divination from AuxArmes. Of course, Carthage starts with Divination. So we've got some improved nets over here and getting some more crabs, which is what you'd expect, getting some food and growth up. And on the Carthage side, pretty much doing the same. Feels like a little bit behind pace. I'm not entirely sure why. Carthage is there a builder in AuxArmes, or like why is AuxArmes no builder? There just feels like a little bit ahead tempo wise. So
In a second here, we're gonna have the turns being not no longer simultaneous.
yes,
Gonna
it'll
be a
be
bit easier.
much easier for
it's
casters
it's
to
it's very
follow along.
difficult. But yeah, they both opted to just improve the crabs and they go for a settler
Yeah,
and clearing
pretty
the first
standard
side.
stuff, which was what you
Uh,
expect. And yeah, both also went military schemer, which is interesting. Um,
Magnus decided to take a promotion, Highlander promotion on his schema. I think that's a pretty good promotion. Should pay off nicely.
now here the horrible thing about being Carthage, you have border boost in your
Yeah.
second hand. So of course you can juggle by putting some science into labor force and then into mill drill, probably not into monasticism, and then taking border boost as late as possible. After at least getting my rule is try to get 3 cities out because then I feel at least a little better. Um,
He's going for military drill already, or maybe he's
he
just
might be juggling. Yeah.
yeah, he might be juggling, but
All right, we got a statesman
it's
seat here, second, so not a military spot. I mean, these are all amazing trader seats. And yes, you could tile swap all the, like, ideally you could actually just settle traders here and then trade all the crabs and all the dies into your capital, and then just have a super city. All right, we are now on turn-based instead of
That's
simul,
gonna be a bit.
which makes life a lot easier. All right, so they cleared different city sites.
Yeah, and we see currently our Axum player is a bit behind, at least at the initial side. It looks like a barbarian spawned, so that's gonna
Yes.
be a difference. But I agree with you on the long term. It's gonna be very nice having a second trader city in that northern spot. So that's a bit of
Yeah, I
deviation.
mean, you can do northern and southern spot, right? It's just a trader coastline of doom. I mean, that might be too much finessing, though. Sometimes it's very easy to fall into that over-optimization trap where it's like, oh, this is going to be really awesome. And then you spend 15 orders making this really awesome thing happen, where in a point of the game where you probably should be spending your orders on something more important. So, divination researched. Let's see what he picks next. They are playing on that medium-term timer, which is really, really close. You can, of course, get extra time by pressing the button in the top right corner, which hopefully they know.
It's something you have to learn how to use,
Yes.
like to take that advantage.
Yep.
Becked in chat is saying we're quite low. I don't know if you
Okay.
can boost us
Um,
both
Let me see
or
here.
turn down the sound or.
Okay. I can potentially boost my. I do have desktop audio a little quieter, so maybe I'll boost that up a little bit. So Boldus, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I'm just keeping talking.
Okay.
Should be fine.
And then
Hopefully it's fine. At least we should be leveled, so I can hear
I
you
can
loud
boost
and
my
clear.
gain a little bit. Wait, let me find the gain button here.
And while you do that, the turns are just
All right.
flying by.
I've boosted
We
gain a little bit. Is this better? Can I get a sound check? This is alcaras, and this is
Boldus right here. Talking. 1, 2, 3. Test. We see a champion side for AuxArmes, and I think that's a pretty good choice. Always getting that champion initially,
yeah.
getting a lot of tempo.
Gonna have some struggles with culture unless he gets, I guess, the gems and the wine up and running. But would have the champs on the dies might have been interesting because that would have been really pumping culture pretty easily in that site.
I could have been tempted to go with a judge as AuxArmes right here. Trader judge. I like that a lot. I
Yeah.
think there are some great synergies having the ability to just get the culture quite fast and then buy specialist. It's very
Yes.
nice.
Yeah. AuxArmes is has nice synergy with Judge. Just
We
checking if
see.
audio's better. Go ahead.
I think it's. I hopefully it's fine. We see AuxArmes going for navigation, which is interesting, but probably a pretty decent call, I'd say. You didn't have the best of options, and it's quite aggressive to me going for navigation this early.
I
A lot
mean,
of orders.
it's not a terrible first law. I mean, AuxArmes does start with labor force, so they can do that. They get navigation earlier than pretty much anyone else except for Egypt, I guess. Yeah, I do agree that generally, but I mean, I'm not going to complain with 5 orders and you're playing against Carthage, who has statesmen and riders potentially. So you're going to be in an order deficit, so it makes sense to get navigation. Yeah, different clearing paths. This is always so interesting to me. How even from the same starting position, right? This is a mirror map, not a point symmetry, just standard mirror. Even from the same starting position, people diverge in their choices, and that those changes echo across the entire game because suddenly, like because you went this way instead of this way, you have a different thing. So this barb camp at the middle is going to get stronger, but the dies are online earlier.
It seems to me Magnus is his scout is staying quite close. I think he's harvesting a bit with his extra orders.
Yes.
While it seems to me like Aux has opted to push more towards the middle and get information about his opponent.
Yeah, the map visibility is pretty pretty different. So you can see AuxArmes has much better map visibility right now than Carthage. And of course, the other important thing about map visibility is it gets you those important landmarks, which give you legitimacy. So right now, let's see here, we have 4 landmarks discovered from Carthage and 6 landmarks discovered from, or three legitimacy from landmarks. So, or I got 3 versus 2. Sorry, reading it the wrong way. But yeah, 6 legit versus 2, 4 legit. Go ahead.
A little difference.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the third camp here. Who's gonna be ahead? I would give an edge to AuxArmes as he's pumping a slinger in his champion
He's got
side.
that slinger in the champion site. Will come out quickly.
And
he also has this militia helping. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to clear this camp before another unit spawns, but should be fine. He does have this settler. Curious to see whether the settler will go towards that new camp or whether it'll go south. I assume it'll go towards the new camp. Insane growth in this city already.
And it looks to me like Magnus is gonna be ahead in tempo in that regard. He, without building a second unit, he's been able to almost clear his second side.
Yes,
just standing in the woods.
He went for the north site, which was a little closer, which meant he could kill it before another unit spawned. You remember AuxArmes had that extra unit spawn that they had to spend time. Like, again, all these little choices add up. We have a note here: be wary of the dromedary, which is a beautiful poetic way of putting that there's camels on the map. And if you're using horse units, camels are very scary. And also there's some arid tiles here. So camels with the nomad promotion, which they all start with, can be very strong.
Indeed. Do you know either of these players? I know Magnus personally, but I have never had the pleasure of playing with Aux.
Yeah, I haven't played against either of them. I've seen Magnus around on the Discord, but haven't watched or played any of his games. So excited to see how both of them do here. I don't know either of these players well. Tell me more about Magnus.
Magnus is, at least in my opinion, a guy with great ideas, and sometimes the execution is there. He likes to do fun stuff, if that makes sense, like trying to make a worker rush work. So he has quite extent. Yeah, no, sorry, militia rush and
like a
conscript rush. Yeah, but, I got there in the end. But he's quite knowledgeable in some weird strategies. But the execution, in my opinion, is sometimes lacking a bit. That's been my experience. I've played with him quite a few times and alongside him in a 2 versus 2 battle.
Cool.
So, but he's a great fella. He's a nice guy, which is the most important thing. But I don't know Aux at all. I never heard his name before this duel.
Interesting pins over here for Magnus. We've got a spoked wheel and land consolidation pinned right now, along with navigation. So some pins. And I guess he has correctly identified that there are quite a couple groves on the map. We've got some wine. So that's 2 groves, some honey hiding out over here, which he hasn't seen yet. Some silk, 4 groves, 5 groves with the incense. So I guess 5 groves aside. It's not that many, but I guess that is worth getting land consolidation for. And I guess the camels, to his point, land consolidation also gives him camel archers. So yeah,
camels would be very good on this middle
yes, it's all
portion
arid.
of the map. It's all arid. Mainly arid, yeah.
Except for these lush trees. Really interesting map. Really loving the map diversity in the tournament this year. So many different types of maps, and so fun to see games on different types of maps to see how that adjusts to strategy. It makes it even harder to like optimize what am I doing, because like everything changes. So we did send the settler actually down to the south, so he's launching a patron spot here, which I honestly, this is not really a patron spot with crabs, but okay.
I understand going patrons though, as the last 2 families were clerics and patrons, and I can see a reason for not opting to go for sages or clerics. Sorry.
I mean, clerics I think are pretty strong. As AuxArmes, definitely I kind of like the idea of going clerics. And again, it doesn't feel like there's any patron resources on this map. So I'm a little confused by this patron choice, because I really don't see any precious resources except for the silver in the middle of the map. And the pearls. Like, this is an amazing patron site, but you're gonna it's gonna take some time to get to that central site with patrons.
But if you just wanted to get down your 3rd family,
not a bad play, but yeah. Yeah.
I see you. Perhaps you should have pushed. I could see myself do the exact same play, honestly. I'm curious what he's going to do with his luxury resource and what courtier did he get? The free courtier. Not a.
You got another schemer, looks like. So that's a nice little science boost for him. And he hasn't assigned his luxury yet. So swapping back over to Carthage here, I presume Carthage is going to settle this as the rider's seat once they clear this. Curious whether they'll settle now or wait to clear. Might be worth waiting to clear to grab those camels and also get some more quarry spots. Stone cutting.
Has either player adopted any kits? I don't see
no adoptions
currently.
yet that I see. That looks like a natural birth, which is going to make adoption a little more awkward for Carthage.
Yeah.
Would have loved to see some of those harvests be adoptions.
Yeah, you'd like to get at least 1 or 2 kits in before the first kits are born. So in the first 10 turns or so.
Scientific also does point out that the Scientific does point out that the patron stele is one of the best steles in the game. What is it? Science? Remind me. I'm just gonna look it up here. Yeah, Civics Boost in the patrons. So the legendary one is 50% extra civics, which is insanely valuable because like you just don't have sources like that.
Yeah, so. That's amazing. I almost always put all my steals in the champion side and just get the crazy training going. Yeah.
Steles are really amazing. The challenge with them is they need your leader to die, which hopefully is not happening early. I have heard that if you fight I have heard though, if you fight the Thracians and you clear them, you can actually get a stele earlier by having your leader duel a leader of the Thracian and losing still.
Advanced strategies coming out from an expert.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No one will expect that. Yeah. It is kind of cool you do get steles from regents as well.
We see Magnus recruiting some Danes.
Yes.
He has recruited 1 skirmisher, and that's gotta be one way to leverage the Carthage bonus and make up for the champions he's fighting on the other side.
Yes.
Which I think is quite interesting. He's going for festival in Statesman, which I find quite curious.
I would prefer to just see another worker personally, or another settler.
Yeah.
Aaron asks, is it possible to use the spy master on yourself? You cannot assassinate yourself, but you can assassinate your regent after they've stopped to be a regent so that you can get the stele faster. Because the stele shows up when the character dies. So in theory, if you wanted to, you could abdicate and then use your spy master to assassinate your now abdicated self to get the stele faster. But abdication, of course, is 10 legit, so I'm not sure whether you really want to do that. But you know, there might be some strategy there. He's also buying some vandals down here in the south. Yeah, and he also is not at war with either of those tribes, which makes it a little bit cheaper to buy these. And he definitely does need these military units. Kind of would like one of them to come back to be upgraded, perhaps the Danish one, but he decided to throw it directly into combat. This is a fun ambition. Control 20 ocean tiles, and he's already got 19 on the AuxArmes side.
That's quite close. And he's going to get that easily when he settles the next city, and his leader is going for it.
Yeah, we also have a shrine coming down for... Oh yeah, Carthage is actually doing barracks, but yeah, it looks like the AuxArmes might actually get Zoro first because this is the first shrine that I think we're seeing right now. He does have those 2 slingers and is going to clear this northern side, it looks like, and he's building another settler and then a worker on the southern side. So pretty nice development right now from AuxArmes. I'm really liking his play so far, and presumably that militia will just sit on that city site to stop respawn, or he might just settle it, not even bothering with the order move. But yeah, and navigation here, which maybe is a little early, but will help him with the order differential that already exists in the game. If we take a look at the order graphs quickly, we see Carthage is already at 14 and AuxArmes 11. Navigation will help with that. Go ahead.
I just to say it's going to be curious if it's going to make it before the outpost is going to be upgraded. I don't think AuxArmes is going to make it that northern side, so it's
2 years.
Take a while to kill that.
That's going to be awkward. That's really awkward always when the outpost.
His timing has been off just a tad. It seems like.
Yes, just a little bit. Yeah, I think clearing order would have been different. And also hats off to Soren. Thank you, Soren, for adding this little upgrade indicator. It makes it much easier to see
Yeah,
as opposed to having hover over the tooltip. So I think that was something Soren implemented after we were casting together. And I was like, oh, it'd be really nice to see this. And it's like, oh, well, let's change that. And it's like, thank you so much.
I always make a complaint about that as well. It's a great change. Looking at Magnus, I really don't get this festival. I don't see it
Yeah.
accomplishing anything really. I'm surprised.
Maybe I mean, he has a citizen, so he doesn't need growth urgently. I don't quite understand why there's a festival there. It's not an autonomous city, is it? Like he doesn't have autonomous on that city.
No, it's
Doesn't look
not.
like it. No. All right, so
But
we've got AuxArmes here. We're on turn 15, so nice little development pace, good pace of the game. I got to say, I really love the medium turn timer. It makes the early turns a lot more snappy,
yeah,
and just makes it a lot
I,
easier
I
for.
I have issues keeping up. Not gonna lie. This
Sure,
is
it's definitely
they're
harder
playing
as
quite fast.
it is harder as a player, but it is significantly easier / more pleasant to watch as a caster. And yeah, there's a little note here from Magnus. I forgot this existed on his Free City site, so maybe he'll throw a trader down there. It is possible to forget about your Free City site. I have done that in games before. So
I I like the small notes that he's giving us. That's really nice.
yeah, there's a couple notes around the map, I think. So if you see them, please point them out.
Yeah, I will.
Hey guys, welcome back to my Let's Play.
Welcome.
Today we are fishing as Carthage, and we're gonna get those gains. Love it, love it. So
That is quite fun. What a guy.
yeah,
Yeah, but as I said, he's a great guy. He's a fun
it's
guy.
great.
So
Well, this is a
it,
game. We are supposed to have fun playing this game, so hats off to him for unlocking that achievement. So
absolutely. I'm a bit scared for him if he's gonna make this barbarian camp in the middle before it upgrades to outpost. He got
5 years.
five turns.
He
It
doesn't have that
should
many
be
forces.
okay.
I mean,
It
maybe he does have. I think he has Highlanders. But let's take a look at what's going on over here in Axum. Axum is wisely not attacking. They've cleared all the other barbs. They see this is about to upgrade, so hopefully once this upgrades, they will ignore the barb that spawned because they don't want to spawn another barb, and they want to go after the camp. So just a teaching moment here for some of our folks on the stream. If you kill a unit outside the camp, it will speed up the production of another unit because the camp will actually speed up. If this was like at 6 years and went up to 4 years, this little indicator shows you when it upgrades. When it upgrades, it gets replaced with a higher strength unit. So this 3 strength unit will be replaced. It'll leave the camp, and then a new 4 strength unit will be inside. So indeed, that's just what happened there.
He's also opting in Axum, just to stay on him for a second, to build the Elder Shopkeeper, which is interesting.
Good science.
It's
I would
great
love to see it
science.
as a rush, though, once you have developing. I don't know that I would hard build
Yeah,
it.
that was the point I was about to make. I'd like to delay that for 10 turns or so. Then you will be developed and you can rush it with
Yeah,
civics.
civics or a judge if you can luck into a judge somewhere.
Yeah, and that's yeah. Right now that that city is capable of building settlers in 5 turns, and he should really just get those settlers going. He got sites to settle, get a few warriors, and be a bit faster, I'd say. But I mean, it's all right. It's not bad at all. So that's all in all cool.
Random thing, Boldus, looks like there's another game starting in 30 minutes that they just scheduled. I don't know if you want to pop off in 20 minutes and cast that one, so we can get coverage for both games, or if that's too late for you.
Who's playing in that
It
game?
is Napalm Mikoria versus Quetzal. So
Yeah, I might be able to do that actually. And,
let me add you to that chat.
If no one else turns up, I might be able to do that.
Okay, I just added you to that chat. They should be getting away in 30. Not that I do not enjoy codecasting with you. I absolutely do. It's just we've got a lot of games going on right now.
Yeah,
and it's a lot to cover. So
yeah, I might need to set up my casting booth then.
yeah, if you need to drop off
the streaming booth.
in like 15 or 20 minutes or something to do that,
Yeah.
go for it. But we can probably spend a little bit more time here, however much time you need. All right, he's getting some more nets up. He is the hard building that shopkeeper. He does have a diplomat, so at least it's a little bit faster. And then unfortunately, he's killing the units outside the camp, which maybe he doesn't realize that you want to kill the camps kill the stuff in the camps
And
first.
his leader is getting quite low.
Yes. Should be fine, though. It's not in range of the camp. It's just in range of that unit, and it won't die to that unit. Meanwhile,
Did he?
Carthage looks like they also killed a unit, and this camp is going to upgrade in 3 turns. So he's not going to be able to clear the camp before it upgrades. To your point.
Yeah,
Carthage.
I mean, he could maybe if he goes for it with all of his units and just commits to the actual camp. He might have the turns.
Let's see. 4. If he gets a crit, maybe. So 4,
7
4. Yeah.
7 damage
You're right.
from the leader, and then
7. Oh, 7 on the hill. Yeah, 7 on the hill.
But he lacks the
4
movement.
there.
Yeah, he should be good if he
next
commits.
Turn. He commits next turn. You're right.
He's got to commit right now.
Yeah. All right. AuxArmes is settling that city site. Let's see what he does here. I presume he's going to kill this unit and heal. But yeah, once he kills this unit, we can see that this 9-year promotion should tick down to 8 or 7. Not entirely sure how the math works, but it does sometimes speed up. Yep, it ticked down to 7. So we went from 9 years to the next unit, to 7 because we killed this unit, so it sped up that camp spawning, which is why it's generally better, as long as you don't die, to focus down the camp unit to reduce unit spawn. Here it won't matter because 9 to 7 doesn't matter, but if that was like 5 to 3 or 5 to 2 or something, that would speed things up. Another patron site here.
Interesting choice.
I probably would have gone champions because I really like having a feeder city for my champion city, so that I can build workers. Yeah, go ahead.
A good call by him is he's actually using the extra literature, putting them to work already, and that's a thing you often see people forgetting.
In the champion and the capital, which is exactly where I would put them as well.
Exactly,
they speed up culture in those cities nicely.
He's clearly been playing this before, which is good to see. Going for the free worker, I will most likely go that
Presume
route myself.
That's a cycle? No, I guess it's not a cycle. He just wants that. Stone cutting would have been really nice. I don't know. I don't really love the free worker card.
I like it.
You like it?
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
It is a little bit of tempo, I guess. So
I like my tempo.
All right, he is.
Looks like he's not committing.
Yeah.
I don't like that. He may still get it if he gets a very lucky crit next turn, but
yeah, he had a crit last turn. Yeah,
that's the main difference I see in the top players and not quite the top players. The ability in the start to clear those camps without losing tempo. I don't know if you caught the first game yesterday with Problem Gambler. How much his first leader and a tactician was able to clear was amazing. So
some choices I do not love here. I do not love the hard build Fisher Specialist, and I do not love a Statesman City on 3 crabs. So
yeah, I don't get that either. Why?
I mean, the dies is arguably justifiable because you get some culture in your Statesman seat, so that speeds that up. That's arguably justifiable. But yeah, 3 crabs that really should be a trader seat.
It might have been a misclick. I mean, that happens.
Possibly. Yeah. Back to AuxArmes. He's hard building a settler from there and another settler. So I guess he's going to somehow clear another site. I'm curious what other site he's going to clear. He's got 2 settlers building. Obviously, this is going to be one site. But then this is going to be a gnarly fight. He's expecting he's going to start building something else here in the champion's seat.
But he is going for the second shrine.
So, yeah, second shrine is good as well.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I think something changed.
He has the third shrine. Interesting. He's building the training shrine down in his patron city. I don't get that. I would always put that in my champion side.
I would definitely stack it at the champion side because the champion seat has plus 50% training, so that means it's a 3 training shrine. So
exactly, it seems like a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
but the great thing about this match so far, it seems to me they're quite evenly matched.
He's also building the lumber mill shrine at a spot that would only give him 1 lumber mill, so as opposed to there's a spot with 3 lumber mills, which is also a really powerful shrine to put in your champion seat.
Listen, I'm sure it was tempo, you know.
Yeah,
didn't have to move the worker.
And of course, like that can be the correct play sometimes. Like it is a good idea to get benefits now as opposed to benefits in 10 turns or benefits
Exactly.
with take more orders. The Old World is a weird game, a fun game where you have to trade off short-term optimization versus long-term optimization. I probably, my failing is I'm always optimizing for the very long term. I'm like, oh, this is going to be amazing on turn 120, and then the game doesn't get to 120. I'm like, oh, why are you rushing me? Oh, so,
No one would rush you. I'm sure of it.
no.
Uh,
No, pure rushes usually don't work. It's more timing attacks that I struggle with, where it's like, oh shit. So it's turn 60 and people are showing up.
I like the officer in his rider side,
Yeah.
Magnus, getting the barracks. I think that's a mistake people often make. They delay the initial soldiers for way too long.
The officers,
And
you mean?
yeah, the officers. And given the opportunity to get them out early, it's gonna you're just gonna end up with more soldiers, which
they're
gonna
so great because they're training and science, and
as
training and
the
science are really good to have early. So
best specialist early game.
yeah.
It's gonna offset the champion side bonus a bit, so the armies are gonna be even.
Yeah, ideally you want to get your officers down as quickly as possible, because they speed everything else up later. And like obviously you sometimes will have to build a military unit without officers there because you need a military unit.
I mean, you could say that about basically everything. Ideally, you would want it early.
Yeah.
But
So it
I
looks
get your
like he
point.
should clear this site here. That's good. AuxArmes should clear this. He does need that one more ocean tile to control, but that should get him that. Yeah. Granary here, which presume he'll grab these tiles with border boost. There's going to be some great food tiles next to that volcano. All right, let's see what's going on over here in Carthage. Continuing to buy Danes. He is slowly coming in. He cleared the extra unit, and now I guess is just finally going to whittle down that city site. But yeah, to your point, that could have been done a little bit faster with fewer units spawning. But maybe he's farming XP.
Yeah, and his settler wasn't ready anyway, so I mean it's not
terrible. No.
It's not terrible. However, he is building two settlers currently. One in the southern city and another one
in the cap. So I presume the cap is going to go here, and then the southern city will go here, and we're going to see him march down, buy the Vandals, and then clear the site. That's actually my favorite use of buying tribes on Carthage. Just buying the units to avoid killing them. So, and like avoid them attacking me. I find that super cool. And he's in a nice situation here because he has two tribes, so he can declare war on one while still buying from another.
Yeah, that's true. Possibly it would be easier to go for the Danish side. No, I think that the best choice would go south and just clear the
ideally you want both of them, and you probably don't want I mean, you're already at war with the Danes, or no, I guess these guys are at war.
But it would be more clean overall to go south first and then move towards the middle of the map instead of going back and forth.
Yeah.
So I think it would be worth the investment going south.
So to your point around navigation, AuxArmes got that early navigation, but they didn't have the civics because they enacted slavery. So they're not actually benefiting from that early navigation at all because they're not getting those 5 orders. So
on the other hand,
go ahead.
We have Carthage sitting on not a lot of civics, but enough civics. Need something to spend.
They're getting labor force next. We didn't look at wonders. There are pyramids on the board, which are incredibly strong. Hanging Gardens, which I'm growing to like more because 20% growth is amazing. You've got the amazing Yaz Necropolis combination. Yaz from
Lighthouse.
Lighthouse on this map is definitely amazing. Jebel is also really good. Jerwan, there's probably an amazing Jerwan spot somewhere around here.
They actually got excellent wonders in my opinion.
There's some amazing Jerwan spots here.
I tend to like the early wonders more than the late wonders. I really think they dictate the game a lot more than
Kothon, in case we see sea combat, that'll be interesting. And then we've got a Heliopolis, which is going to probably be a little troubling to get. You'd have to buy some tiles to get an arid tile somewhere. So, but yeah, some really nice wonders. But yeah, I would love to see someone grab pyramids.
We do see a shrine now in Carthage.
Yep.
Only one though. So still
and he
a
has
bit away from
citizens. Yeah. AuxArmes, I think, has built both, but he's getting the Elder Shopkeeper first. So
And no,
see a Carthage upgrading the Skirmisher. Should be able to clear that camp shortly. Continuing to buy Danes. So yeah, I presume he's going to war deck on the Danes and take them out next, because he bought up all their units. So
that's one way to do it. Still very even.
really hope people know that they can extend the time. If not, we should definitely make a post to remind people that, just as a reminder, you can extend the time by clicking this button.
Yeah.
So
I personally find the early game to be stressful on medium. I may have gotten used to playing with the longer turn timer, and I think you get more time overall as the game progresses. But in the beginning, it's great. You gotta think fast and
you
click
got to think
fast.
fast and think on your opponent turn, and also use that extension timer.
Yeah.
All right, so he's cleared this, got a nice crit on this racing camp. So it looks like this is going to be his next camp here. This feels a little scary to go in with one unit. And I
mean,
guess he's
the
going to have two other
reinforcement is
units.
surely
Yeah,
coming.
they're coming.
The,
Yeah.
the hero is back there behind
Yep.
Exmara. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Achmara. Yeah.
I'm trying.
And of course, the champion seat can completely pump out units, which is something you gotta love to see. All right, let's see here. Presume he's gonna clear this camp.
It looks good.
Yeah. See where he. Surprised he's not putting the kill XP on his leader, but maybe that's also a mini optimization. Or his leader's already has 3 strength, so he doesn't need more XP.
I think it's mainly a thing where you just click and sometimes you
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about
yeah.
it and sometimes you don't.
That's true.
That would be my. He remembered his laws, so he went for freedom. I think
Freedom
that's a
and
good choice.
centralization. Yeah, I mean, you're building a lot of workers early. I like freedom
Yeah.
early. Freedom into slavery, personally. Although you currently have no stone income and no iron income. So honestly, slavery might not have been bad given his complete lack of stone and wood income.
If he had opted to go for traders where his statesman is, he would
be
most
flush
likely
in
be able
money.
to
Yeah.
for quite a while, but he's gonna be
Yeah. The city founding choices there, like honestly, that entire coast should just be traders. So
yeah, but I'm baffled by it, but
that's a good feedback, Frederick. If you want to toss that in suggestions, autocast extension, right? If you have time, it'll extend automatically. If you run out of time or something, that's a great suggestion, actually. That way you automatically use your pool. You don't have to awkwardly click the button or try to click the button, and the button sometimes doesn't work if you're on a city screen, for example, which I found out the hard way. It was like, oh no, I'm trying to extend that, it's not working.
yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion, Frederick. Feel free to toss it in suggestions. I will definitely +1 it, because I'd love an autocast, so I don't have to think about it. Because on medium, you definitely do feel the timer, especially in the early turns, to your point, Boldus. And we're getting an apprentice acolyte out of AuxArmes here after that shopkeeper.
I think a lot of games are going to be decided about, especially early on in the tournament, by the timer, and people are making mistakes on the timer. With new players coming
mistakes
in.
Mistakes are good, though.
And myself personally, I know for a fact I play not at all how I would play in a cloud game. We do see both up for philosophy student, and I don't see any adopted kits on either player.
No adoptions, yeah.
No adoption.
Definitely floating a lot of civics.
Yeah. I'd say go for at least 1 or 2 kits with Carthage is normally the way to go.
I like the class strategy of sending 3 kids exploring with rhetoric and farming.
I mean, if class is doing it, it's a certified banger. Hard to argue with anything class does.
Carthage has not gotten Swift, right? So he didn't harvest horses to get Swift, because that's also a nice little thing, especially when you're getting some tribal units.
It is. They both remember to tutor their kids, though, which is nice.
That's always good. Yeah.
I almost always forget to tutor my. I think that's my greatest weakness. I'd love some bigger reminder about that, or auto tutor or something like that.
Yeah, it is easy to forget.
It is. I'm
5 mountain unit ambition. That is ambitious, given that he doesn't have spoked wheel, but he does have spoked wheel targeted. Now he's changed his targets. I think he originally had land consolidation. Now he's got machinery, comp bow, and spoked wheel.
he's all over the place. um, I'm wondering where Magnus is gonna go. If he's just gonna go for the Danes or going south. I think the right choice would be to go south right now, but
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is the last Dane spot, right? They only have one camp, so it doesn't hurt to clear the Danes out and then go south, buy the Vandals. You've already bought a lot of stuff for the Danes camp already, so I don't know. We'll see.
we'll see. I don't think another caster has turned up for the other
Okay.
match. It looks like at least no one as of
Doesn't I mean it
yet.
was super short notice, so no surprise.
It,
But yeah,
it, it was
if you need to jump off and cast, then would love for you to do that. Um,
maybe Aaron or don't know. I don't know if scientific is on
I
top
think
of it.
Cyan is committed to another cast, so
Just setting it up. I can tell Aaron there is some kind of conversation going.
ask. Do we have a caster for this? Well, let's see what we can get an answer there. Back to this. So Carthage, citizen defense. You can get walls or training. Probably would take training on my capital. Walls. If I need walls in my capital, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. So.
Yeah, that's. I don't think I've ever built walls in my capital.
Something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. If I have walls in my capital, yeah, like this place should not need walls. All right, we've got another rider city. I like that. Right next door. It's no elephants on this map, right? I don't see any elephants, do you?
I don't get a response from anyone in the other channel, so I think I'm gonna leave you
Okay.
and rejoin you if
Yeah.
if somehow someone joins in. But
Shows up.
I think I need a few minutes to set up personally as well. So
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Really appreciate you joining, and thanks for hopping on to cover another one.
yeah, it's all good. Talk to you and talk to you stream. See you.
See you. Yeah. All right, we're now on to solo casting. Thank you, Boldus, so much for joining. Always much easier with a co-caster. Got some banter back and forth. All right, turn 25. We're back over on the AuxArmes side. Got a settler being built here and a settler being built here. Presume this north settler is going to go here. And I guess we're kind of trying to work out that Thracian site, but there were a lot of units there. So we're not able to clear that. Presumably with some reinforcements. Did he actually lose a unit? I feel like there was another slingers over here. So 3 slingers. And yeah, I think he doesn't know that killing units outside the camp speeds up the production of the camp, because he's going to be fine, but that's another time where he did that. So yeah, maybe it's worth that's true. Walls if there's treachery. It's a good point, Frederick. Yeah, we really haven't seen treachery spam. It can be really frustrating because there's little you can do about it, apart from like just punt agents. But the only way to punt agents is if you have scholarship, which you probably don't have in a duel. So. All right, don't love improving this sorghum when we have crabs that are much better right there. But let's see what we can do here. All right, we got that settler coming out. This one just settled here. And which way is Magnus going to go? Is he going to go take out the Vandals, or is he going to go take out the Danes? Getting steel. Just an interesting choice. Let's see here. Can check in on some stats briefly while we have a little. Orders are pretty neck and neck, slight advantage for Carthage. Specialists, Magnus has Apprentice Officer Fisher, AuxArmes has the Elder Shopkeeper. Both have only produced 2 workers, so they have 3 workers in total. 2 military units, 4 Merc Tribe units for Carthage. 3 camps cleared each, 2 laws, 5 versus vortex. Yeah, 2 courtiers for AuxArmes, and 11 improvements each. Let's take a look. I don't think we can get that breakdown. Thought we could. No wonders on the board for anyone yet. This leader is blessed, inspiring, extravagant, brave, and humble. And then the AuxArmes leader is inspiring, robust, and humble. More upgrades of our Danes, which does make me feel like we're setting up for an attack on the Danes perhaps next turn. Yeah, it's a pretty close game so far. So yeah, expecting these Danes to be betrayed by their allies. All their best warriors have been bought up. Good vision as well by AuxArmes. I got to give hats off to AuxArmes. His scout has been following along the Carthage army, so he knows where his opponent is going, which is really important early on. You want to know, is your opponent clearing camps around them, or are they coming directly for me to kill me? That's always good to know. All right, AuxArmes here is going after this. Should be able to clear this camp out next turn, and we've got a settler ready, and this settler is actually already ready. I'm curious whether this settler will go, where this settler will go. Maybe go this way, and then this settler goes this way. Can get some coastal movement up there. So it shouldn't be too bad to get up there. He does need to get up there at some point before that site respawns, but it should be doable. Yeah, and indeed, looks like he's moving that way. So cool. Champ Seat continuing to print units, which is great. We're building another shrine here. He's getting a miner, which I guess patrons want gems, but I think I would have probably gotten an, or he already got an apprentice acolyte, but yeah, I feel like I'm starting the second shrine. Well, I guess you're going to have growth in 2 years. You'll be fine. So, all right. My worry there was that he would not have enough citizens. So no one has grabbed Zoro yet. Carthage has not even built an apprentice acolyte anywhere. So it looks like AuxArmes should be able to get Zoro without any competition. Pretty late in the game as well. Turn 30 Zoro. So, all right, let's see whether Carthage attacks the Danes. This tech path is really intriguing to me. A little unclear why he's going steel. Steel is one of my least favorite techs. All right, so he's attacking this. Should be able to clear the Danes out before another unit spawns. He's declared war on them, and fortunately he does have that truce to the Vandals. And another neat trick that you can do as Carthage is, since when a camp is full, it will raid, you can buy the units to prevent that camp from being full. So whenever you see that there's not a unit spawning here, that means the camp is full and it potentially could raid. Raids, of course, can't start until turn 30, but on turn 30, this camp is going to raid, unless you buy a unit, in which case it will delay. So stupid Carthage tricks. On the AuxArmes side, stone cutting just got discovered on turn 27, and looks like he's going to be able to settle this. Would have loved for him to wait 1 turn or force march or something to grab the northern dies, but he can easily grab them with a unit of some variety or some building of some variety, so maybe that's the right call. I probably would have force marched it a little bit. He can, of course, trade these tiles to his capital if he wants to, and that might not be a bad idea, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unit buys, and then you get those dies into your capital and make your capital all that much stronger. Kind of makes the city meh, but that's fine. At least 2. I would definitely swap these dies over, because that's 2 orders. I don't know about whether I would go all the 7, but at least for sure 2. This just speeds up your capital quite a bit. Ironworking is our next tech choice here. Let's take a look if he's got anything marked on the tech tree. Nothing is marked. That early navigation, has he enacted a law? He has, so now he's got 20, so I think he actually has an order lead over Carthage, which is honestly impressive. So AuxArmes actually now has more orders than Carthage. Swapping back over to Carthage. Gotta say, it's much easier in non-simul. All right, we're pulling some units down here. Hopefully we'll see some purchases on these Vandals. How much does this guy cost? 560. So probably can't buy all of them, but could buy one. The other option is you actually wait for them to raid, kill the raiders, and then buy the last guy on the site and then declare war. But it looks like he's decided to declare war now without buying any units and with his settler close by. Okay. Yeah, not sure I love that, but we'll see here. Not a force map. I think that was a force march, yeah. So he's almost there. He's pulling units south here. He's gonna fight them. Would have. Oh no! I see what happened. They're organized, which implies this is a tribal invasion. So you got a Vandal invasion from some event, I guess. Maybe it was. Yes, tribal invasion with the Vandals. Iron and Anguish. So I think this was a tribe clearing event from the Danes that triggered the tribal invasion, which got him quite a bit of legitimacy. But and he finally did get the horse event in his capital. But that means he's going to have the Vandals invading him, which is actually really good for AuxArmes because potentially the Vandals will leave their camps to go raid Carthage and make life a lot easier for AuxArmes clearing the Vandal sites. All right. Another festival. People really love their early festivals, and I share Boldus' confusion that I don't understand why you would festival in a freshly created city like this, especially a city without a worker. I would definitely be building a worker. I have no idea why we would be festivaling here. But some people just love to party. What can you do? All right. Apprentice Acolyte here, number 2 Apprentice Acolyte. So that should mean Zoro easily goes to AuxArmes. Carthage did rush that Elder Shopkeeper, but doesn't have a single Apprentice Acolyte yet. So yeah. All right, swapping back over to Carthage. Let's see what the Vandals are beginning their movement towards Carthage. At least these are. These guys as well. And then these guys are fighting over here. Both on 2 laws, slavery and serfdom, versus freedom-loving and centralization. So we did found that statesman city here. So how many statesman cities is that? 3. So families are reasonably happy. Great. So he's clearing out this southern Vandal camp. Does he have a settler for this southern Vandal camp? I don't see any settlers being made anywhere. No, not yet. Could build one here in 4 years because the growth in this city is insane. What is this? This is 36 growth. 38. Yeah, both these trader sites just with all those fish and stuff. Yeah, it's definitely a pretty big growth. Oh, he's starting an apprentice acolyte here. I don't think that's going to be enough to snipe Zoro because we're 1 year away here. So yeah, I think AuxArmes will get Zoro on turn 31. Should finish next turn, and then 1 turn after becomes AuxArmes. So I don't think Carthage has a chance at Zoro at this point. All right, he did clear this Thracian site. His families are all pretty happy as well. just the Vandals left on the map. And awkwardly, the Vandals do have this interesting city site that is completely walled off from everyone else, which means they are going to be raiding out of this city site. This is also an incredibly juicy city site, like 4 marble, 2 gems, dyes, sorghum, and just tons of great quarry locations. 4 marble alone is just like, this is also an insane patron site. So like both these 2 sites are really, really good for patrons. And this is his 3rd patron city, which is interesting choice. So he keeps founding patron cities where there's no patron resources, but I guess that works out. I mean, patrons are not bad. They're pretty, yeah, two civics each. So I would expect him to go south and clear this Vandal site first. I don't know that I would fight the Vandals here while I have this site in my below me, because it's going to be really annoying, and we're going to start seeing raids in next turn, actually. Turn 30, we should start seeing some raids, so I'm expecting these guys. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think there's a tribal invasion going on, so curious which way and where we will see some raids. You're rooting for the patrons. Yeah, number 1 on your tier list of families, to some controversy, if I remember. I really love patron capitals personally. So if this had been like pearls, then would have been actually very tempted to found patrons instead of traders. I do love trader workers though, because building roads is amazing. Clearing some war on the Vandals. Then we also have the Vandal invasion coming in on the west here. Calm, quiet start to the game so far. Tiles are pretty far apart, 62 and 80, so around 50 tiles apart. So not going to see some early aggression here, but the players will collide here shortly, because once they clear this site, then this site, and then there's just the middle site, and then the walled off site, which will require a boat to get to. So we might be seeing some conflict in 10 or 15 turns here. Does have that dyes that he sent to Carthage. Dyes are not a lux for anyone of his families. All right, we have ironworking discovered from AuxArmes, which is often pretty easy to leave because they don't start with ironworking, but they do start with labor force. So I wonder if we'll be seeing husbandry being detected. Mill drill as our next choice. Get some barracks up, especially in that champion seat. Always good to get that going. Curious to see where these slingers are going to go. And he only has slingers because he doesn't have ironworking, but he's working on, or he just got ironworking. So he's leaving this southern camp here. He has seen it, right? He does know that it exists. Yeah, he knows that it exists. But it looks like we're going to set up for some war on the Vandals over here. Yeah, I think I really would have gone this way first, just to clear this out and only have one front, because now you're going to have to backtrack. So that's some orders moving this way, and then you come back. So it's more, I think it's more efficient to go this way and then this way, because it saves you the backtrack. We'll see here. So we're war with the Vandals, finishing up that festival. Got a little flatland quarry here. Okay. Tell me more, Aaron. Why do you think AuxArmes has similarities with the Tamil? I guess Stell's sort of like supremacy, or like I don't know. Definitely some flatland quarries here going on, arid quarries. Or actually, this is not an error. This is a temper quarry. So, but I see. Leader focused and get stronger with longer games. Navigation from Carthage should help with that order disparity in favor of AuxArmes. We can take a look here. AuxArmes has pulled ahead in the order race, so the Carthage still has more orders overall by about 30 or so. Others whittling this down and also dealing with that tribal invasion. We're at 86 legit. He's only bought orders a couple times. We'll check on AuxArmes once it flips over. Getting that settler and another settler here. So presumably a settler for here and here. And then that'll be all the city sites. So it looks like 8 cities for each player and then 2 in the middle. And Apprentice Acolyte, but I think Zoro just founded last turn. So just a little bit late. And I think that's actually the first Acolyte. So yeah, it wasn't even close. So Zoro does go to AuxArmes. Garrison, some mill drill. Really have a pretty big iron gap. So we'd love to see some mines going up. Yeah, so many things to do in the early game. Just like you're juggling, you're juggling, you're juggling. Let's see here. I do like this coastal expansion here. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see, a family opinion, pretty decent. Also has spent 9 legitimacy on orders, so both players have spent 9. We also have this sea hurricane event here, which pretty big hurricane. Fortunately, didn't take out all his nets, just one, it looks like. But that is a pretty big hurricane. Really love calamities. They think they look super cool. Yeah. So settler coming out of the cap here. Another slinger, and looks like we're fighting off the vandals here. And he is very much clearing the units outside the camp. So I think AuxArmes may not just realize that killing a unit speeds up sometimes of a unit spawning. I don't know exactly when and how it does. Here it didn't. But it, yeah. So it, yeah, I think that's kind of a very nuanced thing. So he's going to have to backtrack to clear this vandal site off. Unless he wants to ignore it and go for the center site and then backtrack, which is also a thing to do. But then, of course, your opponent may come and contest that central site, and then you're kind of split between 2 spots. And of course, the Vandals still do exist over here in this incredibly juicy central peninsula walled off paradise. So yeah, really interesting map. Mill drill, he is spreading his luxuries around. Yeah. If you're just tuning in, we are around turn 31 of a duel between AuxArmes and Carthage on this wide archipelago, which I can never say, map. So far, it's been pretty quiet early development from both players on 6 cities, 2 laws, pretty similar pace, both around 50 to 48 science, both around 20-ish orders. So really close, like evenly matched game so far, I would say. No one has a clear advantage. No one seems to be zooming ahead. So yeah, pretty close together. Carthage, of course, doing Carthage things, has bought up the Danes, then killed them, is using them here, so should be able to get this cleared, hopefully before this city respawns. I think they should be able to do that. Yeah, no problems there. This settler looks like it's on its way here there, which should be a nice little additional city, their 9th city, or their 7th city. And then we've got another settler cooking here, which presumably we're going for this site with that ore. It should be a nice little city as well. Yeah. All right, so we cleared that city site. Just have 1 random vandal we'll have to clear. Good job connecting the coastal movement. Yeah, workers, he is running freedom, which is great with all these workers being built, going for Master Acolyte, which is interesting, but justifiable. You can definitely do the Master Acolyte. Finally solving his iron problem by building some mines. And then moving towards this Vandal. Camp cleared some of the invasion that attacked him. And then presumably we'll clean up this Vandal. Wow, that gets steadfast. I'm like, that does a lot of damage. All right, over here on AuxArmes. AuxArmes just got Mill Drill, so expect to see some barracks going down. Perhaps in the camp, starting a warrior as well to give nice little combined forces here. Expect him to take Stone Boost, potentially. No one has built the pyramids. They're still on the board. They have enacted 2 laws, but that's 5 more laws that you'll probably want to get at least minimum. So that's 1,000 civics on the board. Oracle, really, really great wonders available right now. Hanging Gardens, Jurwan. There's such an amazing Jurwan spot off this, yeah, you could put a Jurwan basically anywhere around that volcano, and it'd be great. And we are, reconsidering the Stone Boost. Let's see what he goes for. Almost cleared this camp. Fortunately, it will not respawn next turn. But I do wonder whether, I guess this has, yeah, some of these maybe, had he moved a tiny bit closer, yeah, had he moved a tiny bit closer, he may have been able to have cleared it this turn. So those little micro optimizations. So presumably he's going to come south here, if he remembers about this camp. I don't think we've seen any raids yet, but would expect some soon as camps are full. And this camp should start raiding somewhere, which will be really fun for people to deal with because they can't get them unless they go build a boat and kill them. All right, back on Stone Boost here. Are we building another settler? We are, presumably for there, and 1 more here. We'll need another settler for that. Some warriors building, forum building there. Is this an autonomous city? Like, what is it? Is autonomous. Okay, that explains the festival. All right, I was like, why? All right, that is why. All right, let's take a look over here. AuxArmes again doing a really great job with their scout. Carthage's scout is kind of just over here, not in a great position, where AuxArmes scout is following the Carthaginian army around. Is AuxArmes going for a wonder with that stone? Maybe. I mean, they have 77 stone right now and 200 stone. I mean, Stone Boost in general is nice, but Pyramids is 600 stone, so AuxArmes also has a little bit more money, so I don't know. I think either player could definitely go for Pyramids. Pyramids is really, really nice. Definitely worth grabbing unless you're in some sort of early aggression. And on a larger map like this, I feel like wonders early are very helpful. Carthage is checking stuff out here. Developing up. Nice, smooth development. Really just needs to fix this iron situation, which he is working on. So this, I think, is a trap people fall into. They like to improve the food resources here, I guess, is defensible because growth is really important for those early settlers and workers. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, slavery is also an option there. So, all right, let's see which way they go. So they're going to clear that out. Presumably settle with the settler that should pop out here in a second. Curious to see whether we'll see any tile buying or swaps here. He did get Stone Boost. Tech-wise, he doesn't have anything marked on the tech tree. Curious what he will go here. Personally, I would probably either pick Drama or Phalanx. I don't see very many pastures on the board, so I don't know that I would get. There are a couple. There's some horses around, right? But like, I don't know. Doesn't feel like a really pasture-heavy map. Some over here. Yeah, Phalanx, very doable. No horse tribes, so it could have also gone for Drama potentially. We're 60 years away on culture in this city, and this city's pretty slow, so might have tried to sneak in Drama here personally. Well, maybe not. Phalanx is pretty good as well. Heliopolis is really nice, but I think you'd have to buy tiles to get to it. Oh yeah, Phalanx is always a good idea against Carthage. So, because their elephants are pretty scary. And much less scary once you have some spears. All right, so really curious which way AuxArmes moves. They didn't. It looks like they mostly did worker moves here. They are attacking this camp with a single slinger, which feels suicidal. He's getting another warrior out here. Okay, and he's moving stuff over here. Would really love to see him build a boat and anchor a boat to help some of this movement around. But yeah, we'll see. So he is backtracking a little bit here, so that'll be a little awkward. Hopefully this guy doesn't die. So, meanwhile, on the Carthage side, Carthage is clearing this out. Nice connection here, connecting the coast, which is really great to get that coastal movement going. Another settler under construction. He did build a worker here, I believe. Yep, worker complete. So that'll, not sure where his original worker went. His trader worker found its way all the way over there because I guess the rider seat never built a worker. So yeah, navigation in 2 turns, which should help there. This 5 mounted unit ambition feels very ambitious. Just do not see it happening, given we don't even have husbandry and are not even getting husbandry right now. So yeah, I don't think he's going to succeed on this ambition. Would be very surprised. Unless he gets 5 of his unique unit, which maybe is a thing. That'll be his 3rd law. It's 10 years, 6 years away culture-wise, so definitely doable. Family opinion, kind of okay-ish. Christianity, I think, no longer has a tech requirement, yeah. So, but still requires Jewish cities. So, let's see here. All right. So Carthage continued to push in. AuxArmes probably wants to move their scout along, follow along the action. Presume he's going to clear this camp next and settle it with hopefully another settler that will start from here, maybe. The growth in this city is just absolutely insane. 36 growth. So good. Lots of warriors being built. So Carthage is stronger, but some of that is paper strength because it's tribal units that can't be upgraded. Let's see what AuxArmes does here. Heard something move. Not sure where it moved or what. Ah, the settler moving along. I would love to see some road building, especially to connect some of these cities. If we look at the connection network, just 4 roads would make the difference here. Connect this core as well. Everything else is connected, which is good. But yeah, roads always nice for just smoothing movement in your empire, especially with trader workers. You can definitely build roads very quickly. And roads pay back very quickly because they save you orders very quickly. In other words, roads are better than you think they are. You'll almost never regret building a road. The only time you will regret building a road is when you build a road in neutral territory towards your opponent. Then you attack them, then they push you back, and then your opponent uses your road to invade you. That is the only time you will regret building a road. Yeah, all right, so this should be fine. It's going to take a little bit of damage, but isn't going to die. Feels like he really should be pulling a couple more units than this, but maybe he's going to take these warriors reinforcements and then clear this camp, I think, with the warriors that spawn there. I think that's what we'll see here in 2 years or so. So maybe this guy was a little early going down there. Family opinion, mostly okay in AuxArmes. Carthage, mostly okay. Nothing amazing. Traders are a little pissed off, but something definitely to keep an eye on. Festival in Carthage. This is not autonomous city. It's your capital. I guess he just really wants a citizen. Honestly, I don't know that I would be running festival. I would probably just council a couple times, but it's defensible. I just prefer council because I'd rather have extra civics than growth slightly faster. We're looking at 50 science for Carthage against 50 science for AuxArmes. Man, this match is actually surprisingly even. Um, both players very similar in orders. Both players very similar in science. Military score, Carthage obviously slightly ahead, but again, it's not that big a difference, 310 to 230, and much of that is in tribal units. All right, Carthage is getting axemen, perhaps anticipating spearmen against the elephants. Maybe that's why he's getting the axes. A slinger here. Yeah, this should be a really great game. Hopefully we will see some collision between our players soon. I mean, it's looming, right? We can now see both players on the same map view. So this should be really fun to see how this continues to evolve here. Where is my... Okay, AuxArmes did move their scout up, so props to AuxArmes. They're doing a really great job of keeping vision of where is Carthage's army. In contrast, Carthage actually finally moved their scout and also has some visibility here, so props to them. Both players being aware of what the other player is doing, which is really, really important. Even getting some harvests in here. This is one of the reasons I love schemer scouts. It's another nice thing about schemers. You have your scouts are invisible, so you can just follow along and have perfect vision, or a really good vision, which is really nice. Ambition-wise, AuxArmes has just completed one coastal tiles and 6 mines. Carthage has completed 2 ambitions, 3 connected cities, 6 nets, and then is probably going to fail 5 mounted units, which I really, really do not love. Taking that ambition with no easy way to fulfill it. In general, you should not take any ambitions that you cannot fulfill, like cannot make progress towards fulfilling immediately. If it requires researching a tech or a law or something, or building or getting multiple culture levels that you don't have, do not take the ambition. It is a trap. All right. On the Carthage side, Carthage has discovered navigation, so expecting them to enact serfdom. Potentially colonies early. They could do colonies, buy some tiles. There's some nice tile buys here. Potentially could buy this north coast. Not sure it's really worth that. Definitely want to buy potentially the south coast a little bit here. You could also buy around this. Yeah, free byreme, husbandry, drama, polis, all good choices. Husbandry, since he does really want to get those mountain units up. Unfortunately, he's going to be building mountain units right into spears, which is a little disappointing for him when he finds out that there's AuxArmes spears. These are still organized tribal units, some of them are at least. So I guess some of these are invasions. Not all of them. So let's see here. Carthage looks like they're going to clean this up. They do have that settler that just spawned. Curious to see whether they will start another settler for that central city site, because I think we're going to see some conflict coming up over this central city site here shortly. Carthage is going to clean this up and then should be able to roll directly into it. AuxArmes still needs to clean this site up, but should be able to do that in the next couple turns, and then we'll concentrate their forces. So yeah, we are going to have some battle over that site. Neither player right now is starting an additional settler. AuxArmes has this settler ready. Actually, no, AuxArmes needs another settler started somewhere. So yeah, because they want to settle this site and then that site. So neither player has the settler for the central city site. Pretty sure, like, if you clear this and then settle it, it's going to be very hard for your opponent to deal with it. And actually, this city site like gives you control of the center map. It's also an amazing city site, just with 3 pearls and silver, and it's just really good site. And it potentially gives you quite a lot of choke here. Like ideally, you can wall off your opponent something around like this. Probably want to deny some of these hills. Just yeah, this would be the line, or this would be the line either way. All right, on the AuxArmes side, they just got phalanx. Citizenship is available. They are at 2 laws, and they have 3 laws. So in theory, probably would love to see aristocracy here personally. Actually, seems like it's a good time to get a 4th law. That's a pretty fast 4th law, and it'll give you a border boost, which will be really nice since you should be able to have most of your cities settled. For sure, you'll have this one settled. Potentially, you'll have this one. by the time border boost rolls around. Would really love to see him build a settler or two. At least one more for here, and then you're going to want one more for here. And then whether you build a boat and take the city site out, that could also be really interesting. So this kind of is a really interesting to see what happens with the city site. Will people try to settle it? Will people ignore it and then realize, hey, the Vandals keep raiding me. Where are they coming from? They must have another city site. Where is the city site? They'll find it eventually. I don't think either player has scouted it. Yeah, so no one knows about this city site yet. Really, really shaping up really interestingly here. And just turned 36, so should have some fun action here shortly. And all the wonders are still on the board as well. No one has gone for wonders. Love to see AuxArmes finish their ambition. All right, they are getting that mine, which is good. Always important to finish your ambitions. So, yeah, I feel like this is just not quite enough forces. The slinger came by and like got attacked a bunch, and like it would have been better to like attack with more force. In fact, I think arguably it would have been better to go south than east, but we will see. All right, new ruler on the Carthaginian side. So the Axum leader continues on, not even ill. But we now have a judge on the Axum side, a 24-year-old Pathfinder, which is insane considering the capital. Now we are up to an insane 51 growth in the capital. Judge, which means you can turn training into civics, which is very powerful, and also swap laws. So might be time to swap potentially to slavery here. You're sort of beginning to finish your development. Could also see running freedom a couple more turns. You got some freedom going for the workers, but probably around turn 50 is my kind of, I should think about swapping to slavery, and then around turn 60 or 70 or 80 sometimes, vassalage out of centralization. And you can also do some colony swaps and buy. Might not be a bad idea as well. So, yeah. No adoptions, sadly. No adoptions from either player. Would have loved to see some adoptions, especially with Schemer. Adoptions, I think, are a very quiet but completely underrated ability from Schemers. But no adoptions. Carthage is now slightly behind on science. But again, both players are very similar. This is pretty much neck and neck. There's like 150 science lead for AuxArmes. All right, AuxArmes leader. Families remain still pretty happy. Some Zorro, some Axumite paganism. Yeah, this feels a little bit of a misplay down here. But hopefully we can clean this up here now that we have these great spearmen going. Would love to see another settler coming out here somewhere. All right. I would have just gone and killed this. Yeah. I feel like you don't want to play games with barbs. You want to just clear them out. Judge ruler, so we'll need to move that in a couple turns. Just don't forget about the scout. Always very easy to forget about the scout. Yeah. Right. Should be settling here. So Carthage is up one city. They did manage to settle a little bit faster. I presume after this acolyte finishes, we will see a settler start. This is quite a lot of military production from AuxArmes. And if we compare the economies, AuxArmes has a much better economy right now. Let's just take a look here. 53 food a turn. Birth Carthage has 176 food a turn. So Carthage is a really good food economy. But then AuxArmes is a little bit better balanced, right? AuxArmes already has 1,300 in the bank for food. So 53 food is totally fine. They have 42 iron a turn versus 8 a turn from Carthage. They have 31 stone a turn versus 1 from Carthage, and then no one has any wood income yet. And importantly for Carthage, AuxArmes has now ticked down to similar. So this is one of those moments where as Carthage you want to be like, uh-oh, I have my tribal units, and so my military score is inflated because of them, and my opponent is now similar, which means I actually am now behind because my opponent has tribal units. has actual units, and I have tribal units. So notice AuxArmes also is building a lot of military. We got a slinger, we got a spearman, we got a slinger, we got a warrior. 4 cities are building military. Carthage has a single slinger, and everything else is eco. So this may turn out very unpleasantly very soon for Carthage, because AuxArmes is just going to have more stuff than Carthage, and Carthage will not be able to catch up. Is this another autonomous city? Like, why are we festivaling? I do not understand these festivals. Again, if it's an autonomous city, I understand it, but like I think the Statesman Cap had it, and this had it. So yeah, this should be really interesting here, and I think AuxArmes may surprise Magnus a little bit with just how powerful his punch is going to be, because he's got a better economy right now. Some of that is he is running slavery, so he's getting additional iron from each of these cities, right? So he's got 6 cities, soon to be 7, or he is actually about to do 7, yeah. So that's 28. It'll be 28 iron and stone a turn, which is a big difference. Yeah, he's got a champ site and is getting a byreme, so we might love this byreme, love this byreme, because it's going to let him post here. Not sure about champ here. I might have gone for this and gone champs that, but like it's a frontline city, so it's definitely a good place for champs. That's true. I mean, but you could just build a worker, right? Like honestly, like don't festival, just build a worker. The reason festivals are bad is because festivals take civics to build. And civics are one of the most valuable resources in the game. They give you happiness, which you really don't need to worry about. Does not matter, because you manage discontent, you manage family opinion otherwise. And then growth, which you already have 2 citizens. You don't need more growth. And 1 culture a year is irrelevant. So you'd be better off building another worker. This city only has 1 worker, so it can definitely get another worker. Or if you already have 2 workers, you can just run council. And council will give you bonus civics, bonus training, and bonus money. Yeah, it's a little bit, but it's better than spending civics. So like, would you rather have 40 civics? Or would you rather have 56 civics, right? So do you want to spend 40 civics, or do you want to get 56 civics instead from just running council? And obviously the higher culture level, the better it is for council. Council is definitely underrated. All right, on the Carthage side, we did just get husbandry, and we are getting administration. Maybe. Training boost. We're getting training boost, because training boost is really tempting. Training boost not terrible here. He does have a lot of tribal units. So yeah, council is not bad. Honestly, here I would not be running the festival. I would be building I would building a second worker. But I would definitely not be running a festival in the capital when I already have a citizen. Yeah. Yes, he should potentially sell some of his food. AuxArmes also has a big stockpile of food. Both of them have kind of overbuilt food. But it's not bad to have a big stockpile of food, because it will disappear very quickly sometimes. So you start building specialists. So, all right, we are getting those horses on board. We're getting some more quarries. Yeah, this economy here, honestly, if I were Carthage, I would just say, you know what? Pretty much done with all my worker builds. I am going to swap over to slavery. It's turn 40. My iron and stone income is complete dumpster tier. I need at least a little bit. I'm going to just go ahead and swap to slavery. I mean, these are some very, very sad flatland lush mines. There's lots of better spots to build those mines. So yeah, he's building another settler. So it looks like Carthage is going to be the one that has a settler ready. So we're going to have some conflict over this central city site here shortly. Should be really, really interesting to see. Yeah, this is going to get really fun here in a second. All right, on the AuxArmes side, AuxArmes just discovered aristocracy. They do have the scout mostly seeing the Carthage unit. They do see a bunch of promotions happening on and upgrades. So hopefully we'll see the scout move over. He's still on his starting leader. So he's got a pretty big significant legitimacy advantage right now. He did just get 4 laws as an option. So would love to see centralization and exploration enacted, and then starting a stronghold as quickly as possible. He's just 4 civics away, so maybe a council last turn to get that 4 civics. Yeah, and he's going to clear this site hopefully soon. I really think he does not realize that. Yeah, okay, he's got a nice crit, and now Yeah, should probably want to heal this up and then hopefully can take this out next turn. Should be able to before this upgrades. It'll be a little annoying if it upgrades. Yeah, so tech-wise, he did. How did he enact? He must have got an event that gave him civics from somewhere. Yes, he got an event from Judaism being founded. Why did he found Judaism? Did we get some ranchers somewhere? I don't think we even have husbandry, so it must have been from an event. What event did we get this from? Wayward Daughter? No, Test of Faith. Test of Faith event, which I missed. I don't remember what that one does. Let me look it up quickly. Test of Faith. Test of Faith is an event that, if you're blessed, okay, because his leader is blessed, he gets the option to found a religion. So now he has taken Judaism and Zorro. So that's really powerful for him. Denied both early religions. Of course, Carthage might get Christianity. So Byram on the way here. Carthage still has that guy there. This guy healed as expected. We are going for drama. Okay. Yeah. So it should be really interesting here. So another settler here. And then hopefully we'll see another settler for the central city site. And we will see the Byram is also going to be really interesting to take this city site. So yeah, stuff is going to get really, really fun here. 17 years to get 5 mounted units. I am predicting he is not going to get 5 mounted units, but we will see. That's a trap ambition. 38 legitimacy. He ended up buying orders 35 times. Wow. He was at 9. He must have bought orders a bunch of times. Only 9 on the Axum side, but Carthage at some point decided to really, really burn their legitimacy, and now you see the issues. They're at 38 legit, which is really rough. Fortunately, their family opinion is mostly okay, but yeah, autonomy. Could get another autonomous city. So curious to see what they take there. Probably wouldn't put my frontline city as autonomous. I want to have control over that queue, but I tend to want to have control over all my building queues. Magnus is doing a pretty good job here of having all his coastal movement. Does not, he just got to developing here in the rider's seat, so curious to see whether we will get that 4th law, although he's not getting the 4th law right now, so, huh. Yeah, I don't know about this training boost, but I guess he wants to prepare for war, so maybe that's why we're going for training boost. Not sure how I feel about this Fisher either. I feel like Fisher's 6.4 growth, I don't know. The city already has 58 growth. Granted, you have a Pathfinder, but yeah, I tend to prefer urban specialists in my capital. All right, back over to Axum. Things are heating up a little bit here. 6 years away on this Byreem. Should be able to clear this out this turn here. Get this settler down here, and that will be Axum's 8th city. And both players will be on 8 cities. I'm going to step away here for one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Just step away briefly. All right. Hopefully did not miss any action. A little bit of action here. What actually happened? All right, looks like Carthage moved in and attacked the Vandals. So they're making a big play for the central camp. Spear upgrade into axes is going to be a little bit painful. Another spearman going on here. Stronghold started for AuxArmes, so 4 laws verse 3. So and it's champion seat. So we are going to get some Demit warriors out here, and they're going to be produced very fast. So this should get really interesting really shortly here. Yeah, it is definitely going to be interesting here. Scientific to see whether Magnus will pull off a victory here or whether AuxArmes will. I think AuxArmes' economy is just significantly better right now. You know me, I love economy players. So I just feel like he's in a lot better shape right now. But we'll see. Magnus may be able to just have significant forces. And he does have a settler in 2 years, which will speed up settling the central site. And once the central site is settled, it's going to be a lot harder to take it. AuxArmes also does not have visibility of what's going on over here. He has no idea that Magnus is going for the central Vandal site. So would love to see his scout moving over. In fact, would love to have him build another scout just to get visibility. Having a scout deep in your opponent's line isn't bad, but you definitely want to have one on the front. So we will see here. So we did clear this out. Presumably we will send a settler. In fact, it's already on its way. So it'll be our 8th city. Curious to see which family he'll go for. It's pretty even family-wise. All right, he's moving stuff to the north here, concentrating his forces. He does have a pretty good unit mix with some spears and some slingers. And yeah, 3 years away for that. He's starting another slinger. Just checking over here. We do have a garrison here, and of course, Carthage does have a judge ruler, which means when they do get their 4 laws, they can upgrade that garrison with the judge ruler's ability and have a stronghold instantly. So once they get 4 laws, they don't have to wait for the stronghold to build. Do they actually have elephants in this city? Yes, they already have gotten elephants in that city. So they will be able to produce their unique unit there as soon as they get their 4th law. Problem is they don't have their 4th law right now, and none of these except for monasticism is a law. Curious to see what he picks. Polis. Okay, we're going for Polis. Polis is not a law, so he is going to run into some issues here. Demit warriors will absolutely chew through axes. So this could be really interesting. I'm actually slightly reading favor here of AuxArmes. Yeah, but AuxArmes definitely needs to get some vision. They moved into the cap. Interesting. Hopefully they're going to build another scout somewhere. They really should build another scout somewhere. Otherwise, Carthage may just be able to settle this city for free without being contested. I'm not sure AuxArmes wants to contest yet. They might just be like, hey, thanks for building the city for me. I'm now going to take it. That's definitely also an option. Here. Anything that you want to see in chat? Anything that I should show? Any stats or any things that folks are curious about? Just shout it out. Happy to take a look on screen and on stream and take a look at it. All right, AuxArmes just got drama. Expecting, I could see husbandry or citizenship here. Or if you want to do some sort of religious play, you get metaphysics. All right, husbandry makes sense. Yeah. 2 years on those demits coming out. And the stronghold getting done. He is moving his settler down over here, and then presumably he's going to pull all his forces. So really, really love this play. What timing do I think players are going for? I presume for AuxArmes he's going to try to do a timing around his 6 strength unique unit, because he has 4 laws. He's getting that stronghold. The only thing that worries me about AuxArmes, he has no idea that this site is being settled right now. Really does need to either, he's moving his scout back over, but this site might get settled. But if it does get settled, I don't think I would go in until I had like 4 or 5 demits. Citizenship might not be, it might have been the science play. Tell me how citizenship is the science play apart from the specialist from courthouse. I probably would have gone for citizenship myself. Doesn't feel like there's that many husbandry spots. But husbandry and spoked wheel is good if you don't have a route unique unit, and AuxArmes does not. Because even 1 or 2 chariots can make a big difference. Governor-wise, it's a great question. We've got the leader, who's still alive, age 59, in the capital, and then no other governors that I see. On the AuxArmes side, we'll take a look at Carthage in a second. Carthage timing-wise, I'm not sure what Carthage is doing. Another bireme over here, so we might see some fighting over this site, which will be really interesting. On the Carthage side, we do have a couple more governors. We've got our leader as a judge. We've got a diplomat governor over here in the statesman's seat. We've got another diplomat governor over here on the writer's seat, which actually makes me worry a little bit about some of this family opinion, because we've got so many diplomat governors. Everyone has a diplomat governor. So a lot of his opinion is actually being held up by these diplomat governors, because that's 80 opinion on the writers that are from diplomats, because each diplomat governor gives 40 opinion, and then 80 opinion on the statesman. So his family opinion actually is going to be a lot worse. Oh, wow, there's a 3rd diplomat governor here. So 120 opinion on the writers is coming from diplomat governor. You can see that right there. So when those diplomat governors die, which they inevitably will, it looks like Zenobia took over here, and this is an autonomous city. When those governors die, it's going to be, you might just see some really big drops on family opinion. I don't think he has Carthaginian. He does a Carthaginian paganism in his writer seat, but the writers haven't flipped. So yeah, 14 years to get these mounted units. He's getting polis, presumably to cycle for spoked wheel to try to get those mounted units, and he should be able to produce them pretty quickly here. He is moving the settler over here, so he's going to clear that site and then be able to settle it, which is exactly what you want to do. You definitely want to be able to settle as soon as you can clear a site, especially when the site might be contested in some way, shape, or form. It is the worst feeling in the world to have a site cleared and then have to give it to your opponent because you can't hold it and the city's gone and you don't have a city. That's not true. I guess the worst feeling is settling a site and then having your opponent take the site you just settled, because then they didn't even have to build the settler. And I think that might happen here, depending on what AuxArmes does. Back over to AuxArmes. Much better family opinion situation here, largely because the power of religion, happiness, families, and just, yeah. So, no state religion yet. Would love to see one. We get some theology, so that both Judaism and Zoro have 2 sites. We founded our 8th city, traders, which makes sense with the crabs. So, and we are concentrating our forces here. We can take a look at the mill graph here. We've got AuxArmes beginning to zoom past. So just in the last 7 turns, AuxArmes went from 230 to 460. So that's doubling their military power, and Carthage went from 320 to 380. So yeah, this should get really interesting really fast. But AuxArmes still has no idea that Carthage is settling that central city site. They do not know because they do not have a scout watching that central city site, which you probably should have a scout. But they might not be going for that central city site. They might be saying, I'm going to build a bireme, I'm going to anchor the bireme, and then I'm going to take this city site, which will be really interesting because the Carthage bireme is 8 years away, so AuxArmes should be able to do that. I'm curious to see whether they will start a settler anywhere. They're still producing a ton of military units. Look at all these slingers, 3 slingers. I presume this is an autonomous city as well. Yes, that's why it is doing what it is doing. Carthage still not really doing a lot of military buildup, just 1 axeman. Everyone else is doing a rancher. I'm not sure why a rancher. Judaism is gone, but okay. Pulling this, yeah. So, super interesting. Take a look at these events quickly. Experienced instructor and 4 strongholds, which probably not easily achievable because you don't have 4 cities that are developing. So I would not take that ambition. Maybe. You're pretty young. Could probably pull it off, but I don't know that I don't know. Maybe. Don't really have the stone income either for 4 strongholds. And I think the other thing I want to point out, if you compare AuxArmes' economy to Carthage's economy, Carthage has 200 food a turn, which is a wild amount of food, and then nothing else. So I think Magnus has fallen into the trap that's really easy to fall into, which is like, I'm going to improve the resources that I have in front of me. And that means if your resources are very food heavy, you end up with lots of food. We also have these nets, right, and crabs, right? So I understand why we're running so food heavy, but we really need to balance the rest of our economy. We can't be 100% food on the eco. All right, so definitely feels like Carthage is pushing up here and is ready to push up. They're putting on generals, they're putting on promotions, they got trading boost. Yeah, an autonomous city is a city that it comes from an event, and basically it means the city is ruled autonomously. You cannot choose what the city builds, and the city will never build any units, including workers. It will not build any military units. You can't hurry production in that city. It does give you 1 science per year per population, and I guess 2 money per year per population. But you don't have any choice of what goes on there. You can kind of influence it by building the right improvements, and it will build specialists in things that you make improvable. So if you build a shrine, it might build you an acolyte. If you build a monastery, it'll build you a monk. But you're basically ceding control in exchange for a little bit more science. So we see here autonomous rule here. And ideally, you want them to be on high growth cities so that you can just power up that number of that population. Is it per citizen or per population? Let's check. It is per population, right? So you want to get as big a population as possible in that city. All right, so AuxArmes is finally beginning to move over. They have now scouted this, so their scout is coming to the front. Might be a little bit late. They see this settler, which should be a big warning sign. Like, where is that settler going? There's only one place that settler could be going. So hopefully the next turn AuxArmes will go there, but it might be too late at that point. Carthage may already settle, but AuxArmes is doing a great job here of concentrating his forces, right? Look at all these forces. They're all together. Carthage has also done that. There's still some stragglers all the way around here. But yeah, yes, it triggers from event and both players got it. All right. Border boost. Look at this beautiful, beautiful 8 city border boost that he is not taking. Take the border boost. It's so good. All right, I'm expecting we're going to see this Demit Warrior rushed out. We could do it for 420. And then potentially here, well, I guess we just don't have any additional training in this. Wow, the champ seat only has 17 training. That's kind of sad. But you could also rush that out. Potentially, obviously can only rush 1 out. But 2 Demit Warriors are going to be really, really tough. Yeah, so I think he's going without timing. I would probably attack with like 4 or I usually like 6 unit 4 to 6 of the first rank units and 6 to 8 of the second rank unique units is kind of my this feels like a really, really strong force that my opponent is going to have serious issues dealing with. Like 1 or 2 is probably not enough. They can usually plink down 1 or 2, but like 4 6 strength units are hard to deal with. Obviously 6 is even more. Yeah, Carthage does not have that 4th law yet, so even though they have a judge governor, which means they'll be able to catch up. All right, let's see here. Is Carthage going to... They can't quite get there, right? So 2 years until this produces a new unit. So I don't know. Feels like Carthage is kind of holding their breath here. I guess they're going to try to go in next turn and clear it out. Honestly, you should start attacking this turn because you're not going to be able to one-shot it. They don't know that AuxArmes doesn't have vision. Oh, they're going to force march. Oh, wow. They're force marching the settler. That feels very ambitious. I'm trying to find orders. I don't know that I would have hit force march yet. I guess you can go here, and then you need to find two damage somewhere, which is probably the slinger. Which Yeah. Yeah. You're going to run out of order. Oh, both units? Okay. Then you really shouldn't have forced marched the settler because, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, Carthage is committed to that. And I think AuxArmes is going to move their scout and see all of this next turn, which is going to be delightful. All right. And he did go for that 4 stronghold ambition, despite having no stone income. And I guess 1 garrison, 2 garrison. I see 2 garrisons, so 3 garrisons. So maybe with the judge you can upgrade them into strongholds. That's true. All right. I presume AuxArmes is going to move the scout, see what's going on. Leader still alive, not doomed, and indeed AuxArmes is moving the scout. Great scouting here. A little bit late, I would argue, but better late than never. So AuxArmes now has complete vision of what is going on, and now needs to make a decision. What do I want to do? Do I want to contest this? He did not rush any of the Dimit warriors out. He's doing some massive chopping here. This is happening a little bit before AuxArmes would like, right? AuxArmes would like to have his unique units ready, not be waiting for them to come out. So I don't think AuxArmes is going to be able to contest this central city site. It's going to go to Carthage. But then the question is, what is AuxArmes going to do next? They could get a Byreme and then take this city site. But now Carthage has a city on your border, and Carthage could be pressuring you. So you can't move too many forces this way. Carthage is 7 years away on that Byreme over there. Yeah, definitely a tense moment here. Continuing to move forces in. What he sees here, right? He sees 5 strength, 5 strength, 5 strength, 5 strength. So that's 25 strength. And then 4 strength, right? So that's 29 strength there. What does he have? He has 5 strength, 5 strength, 5 strength, 5 strength, 20. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slingers, 32. So he's got 52 strength himself, which is a lot more than 29. So he's got almost double the strength, and he has more coming behind, right? These Demits will be another 12. So I feel like when those Demits get there, you can just push in and deal some damage. Wow, the melee unit attacked the tactician and took some damage. That's hilarious. All right, Carthage just got admin. Presume he's not going to take food boost, given he has so much food. Expecting spoked wheel for that ambition. It's still going to be really challenging to get that ambition. We'll find out here. He's founding forward on a flat tile. They're all flat, I guess. Yeah, I think I would have founded 1 tile over. Just to avoid being able to be hit from hills. I think an onager on this hill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An onager on this hill, I'm pretty sure will hit that city. Where it wouldn't hit this city, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So an onager on this hill is going to be able to hit that city, but would not be able to hit that city. So I would have definitely found it, I think, 1 back. Yes, that is a great point. That you definitely want to chop some of this forest here because you do not want your opponent to be able to hide their melee in a forest, especially a forest that close to your city. But yeah, both players are now very aware of each other. Carthage has now gone up to 9 cities to AuxArmes 8, but AuxArmes is on 4 laws to Carthage's 3. So yeah. Not too much military production in Carthage. So we've got an axeman being built, an axeman coming along. No orders for the skirmish to come along. Can't build anything out of this city because it's this. Really, really curious to see what AuxArmes does next turn here. They kind of have a couple choices. They could potentially keep rushing these demits. They are getting sovereignty, which means once the sovereignty finishes, they will put civics boost into the discard pile. They could cycle with free settler that they could use to settle here. So really curious to see what he does here. We could see a boat anchored. I think if you anchor here, right? Is it, how much is the anchor? The anchor's only 3. So you would need to anchor here. I guess, yeah, you can anchor here and then you can land over here. So yeah, I don't know that he's great vision here though. So I don't think he scouted this. He doesn't know there's a city. He doesn't know how to approach the city here. He does see that this is fully walled off though. So this is a really, really important turn, turn 46. We'd also love to see a trader worker being pulled forward here so that we can build some roads. I think we've got pretty decent movement with these rivers, which is great. But then I would potentially love an aggressive road towards this city just so I can like drive at it. That is, if I want to attack that city. I guess that's one question. Do we want to try to attack this city? The 4 says here. Unfortunately, he has axes and you have spears, so that's not great. So you really do. I don't think you can go until you get the demits. Once you get the demits, you can definitely go to town. Yeah, look at this. Look at this insane damage on these. These tribal units are fake. 9 damage from the spear. But yeah. All right, the boat is here, which I guess is scouting and not anchoring. So it doesn't look like he's going to try to take the city or try to take this site. Again, he does not know that site is there yet. He does have exploration. He does have exploration, but only has 1 scout, which is up there. So this is another reason why it's usually worth having more than 1 scout. Ideally, I would say 2 or 3, sometimes as many as 4. So you can even sometimes justify 5 if you have 5 growth. So right, rhetoric is Carthage's choice, which will be his 4th law. Spoked wheel. He did not get spoked wheel because he took food boost. Why the hell? What? Why did he take food boost? I guess he's cycling for food boost and is just saying goodbye to this mounted units, or is going to try to get it through the laws. I don't know why you would take food boost when you're doing 200 food a turn and you have 1,500 food banked, but I guess you're cycling. And he wanted that 4th law, which I think is justifiable. So then the trick there is you get enough stone and then you mass upgrade all your strongholds, all your garrisons. So how many garrisons do we have? Let's take a look here. I think we've got improvements. Carthage has 4 garrisons, so we can definitely upgrade 4 garrisons into 4 strongholds, instantly finish our ambition, and importantly, be able to produce. Here we already have elephants built. We don't have any elephants anywhere else on this map. I don't think there are any elephants anywhere on the map. So it's just your rider seat that lets you build elephants. Starting a hamlet here, which is an interesting choice of a hamlet location there. Not sure I love that, right? Like it's too good a quarry spot, in my opinion, to build hamlets. But yeah, we will see here. And he has taken that 9th city site and is building an axe right away. So axes are going to be really good against the spears. Part of the problem for Carthage is that just AuxArmes has so many more units. Right? Like this is a problem. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 units versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11 versus 6. It's a lot of units, and importantly, there's a lot of ranged units there, which means you can do stupid things like attack a spear and still kill it, or attack an axe with a spear and still kill it because you have a bunch, although it's going to be awkward there. Yeah, so let's see. Carthage should have the civics to rush out at least a little bit. Still surprised no one has gotten any wonders. Maybe they've forgotten wonders exist in the game. That happens sometimes. And as soon as someone builds a wonder, everyone's like, oh my god, builds wonders. Carthage obviously does not have the stone income for it. Neither really does AuxArmes. Love this. We got another scout completed from AuxArmes. Might see this move here. And we have a hold up from Magnus. Ridiculous event. Would you mind if I took an extra minute? This event. Place slot. Oh my god. Place slums. That's what event? That's 10 slums. Does anyone know what this event is? Like, what event has you placed 10 has you placed slums in every single city? Let's see, maybe I can check here on notable events. Clearing his debt, I guess, is the clearing his debt. I don't know what this event is. What event gives you that many slums? That is yeah, it's an autonomous city. So we figured out what the festivals are. They're an autonomous city over here and an autonomous city over here. Although the festival in the state seat was a human-controlled one. But Scion, you have an encyclopedic knowledge of events. What event makes you place a slum in every single city? He's literally placing slums in every single city, which is not going to end well, by the way, because all those slums have the chance to rebel. Thank you, Zion, for the help getting the other game up. Those were some gnarly technical difficulties. But yeah, you have a encyclopedic knowledge of the events. What event makes you place a slum in every single city? Right, we're back to AuxArmes here, although again, I don't know why he just didn't do that on his opponent's turn, but because you could place it. Yeah, I've never seen that event. I don't know what it is. I missed the actual event text because it's actually really hard to follow events as a caster. But yeah, AuxArmes, Carthage now has a slum in every single city, which again is not going to end well because each of them I think has a. For some reason, I'm not seeing the rebel chance here. I thought I would see this on this tooltip. I used to see this here. Oh yeah, I guess it shows up as descent now. That's a little confusing. But usually I saw like rebel chance, but I don't see rebel chance here. Fluffy, why don't I see rebel chance? I used to see rebel chance. Now I see descent. Maybe something changed. But this is going to get really awkward just because that's going to be 30 years. 32 years. Why is it different? Why is it 32? Why is it 30? Why is it 28? Why are the slum development times slightly different? I guess it's RNG, 28 years. That's going to 20 years. I didn't even know it could go over 20 years. That's going to be really annoying. That's 30 years of rebels in your back line. Let's see what AuxArmes did here. We are back over at the Carthage. Just going to quickly see if AuxArmes did anything interesting. He did rush out Demit somewhere. Or where did these two Demits come from? He must have. Oh, he was producing just enough, and then he burned his civics queue to rush them. That's brilliant. So Scion, you would love this. He did a little bit of production until he could rush in both cities, and then rushed out both Demits and put oh my god, commanders on them, and a Highlander commander. This is going to get really fun Because these Demits are going to chew through those axes. Oh, that's going to be so painful. I can't preview it. But yeah. Woo! All right. Back over to Carthage. Some fun stuff here. What event has that many slums? This is not going to end well. Yeah, slums, 5% rebel chance. In every single city. I'm pretty sure I would do everything I could to not have to put a slum in every city. Not worth it. Um, oh man, this is going to get really fun here. Uh, this is saying his UI is bugged. He's seeing slums everywhere. I will send this to Fluffy to take a look after that event. Hopefully he can. Hopefully he can fix that. Yeah, rather not have to rehost if we can. But yeah. So remember, you can get extra time. Feel like I should do, yeah. Carthage used their orders? Presumably, yes, right? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. All right. So, um, we got those demits. Presumably, we're going to get civics boost here at some point, somewhere. Where's civics boost? We do get sovereignty, yeah. Yeah. So we're getting compo. Civics boost is right there. Presumably, once we get civics boost, we'll use that civics boost to power even more demits. And yeah, I feel like AuxArmes is definitely doing a timing here. This is Magnus is flipped over to weaker. Magnus says the event either gave him a free settler or all those slums. Wow. Okay. I will see if I can figure out what that event is. All right. Let me see if I can figure that one out. And yes, that is an enormous tech discard pile. I think this is a good point to notice that Carthage, pretty small deck, right? We've got 4 in my hand, 2 in my draw pile, 3 in my discard pile. Very reasonable. AuxArmes, I've got 4 in my hand and then 11 in my discard pile. So yeah, we've kind of gone super broad. Obviously, we have the Freedom at Warriors, which he probably will take. Hopefully, it doesn't line up with Civics Boost. But potentially, we could be looking at 8 Timid Warriors in the space of. Honestly, if I were him, I would be cycling with a free settler at this point and not be bothering with combo. I don't have wood income to support archers. Although, again, archer upgrade maybe with chops. Man, that could be really powerful. So maybe I shouldn't be discounting that either. It does feel like he's going for a mid-game timing here. Archer upgrade perhaps with like 6 demits or 8 demits. That's going to be really, really hard for Carthage to deal with. And this Byreme is just scouting around. All right, it is Carthage's turn, so let me flip over. See what's going on here. Carthage sees a lot of units, doesn't see all the units that are there. Importantly, does not see the demits. Demit also got an upgrade here. which I guess I can't click on, but I can hover over. Presumably he didn't upgrade engineer. Shield bearer, interesting. Byrame here in a couple of years. Time until we see a rebel from the slum. Yes, he is very rich. He could afford a lot of archers. 5,000 gold from AuxArmes. 2,000 from this. They could just buy a wonder. Right? They could just buy a wonder. There's so many good wonders too. Like, it's kind of criminal that no one has built any wonders, given how many good wonders are on the board. Not criminal, but like, yeah, it's just back over to AuxArmes here. Acts of charity, a tutor event, judge or builder, and then cruel. Probably would take legitimacy hit and becoming a soldier. It's not his heir, but he went for judge. All right, so compo here. He does have, yeah. 5,000 gold and 600 gold a turn. Yeah, he could just. So yeah, kind of almost. Is he rallying troops? No, he's influencing. He should be able to upgrade all these slingers, right? How many slingers do we have? We have 7 slingers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 8 actually, I think. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. So we could upgrade 7 slingers into archers, get some divits, and then go to town. That might be a very, very good timing attack. That'll be very, very hard for Carthage to deal with. AuxArmes is, of course, still on their starting leader. She is 66 and still going strong, so hitting turn 50, no probs. Even has her own pet elephant, which is kind of cool. And Book of Secrets, so family opinion much better in AuxArmes than it is in Carthage, which I think is going to also matter if we see some battle. Especially the traders are angry right now in Carthage. So that's a problem for Carthage. The other 2 families, I think, are neutral. For some reason, the traders are angry. Not sure why the traders are angry, but we'll check that in a second when we flip back over to Carthage. And some upgrades here. Yeah, these units just feel like they're sitting ducks. I would honestly either build forts and put them in forts, or back up. Because you're just kind of sitting pretty. Yeah, the traders are at minus 166 right now. Their leader is a schemer, and you are a judge, so that's part of it. They don't have very many cities. You only have 1 trader city, so you're getting minus 40 from that. There's no luxuries. There's no counselor. Oh yeah, they also have minus 40 from fewest cities and envy. So yeah, that is a problem. Right, that is rhetoric, and he did instantly enact exploration. Did he upgrade the garrison? No. He has started a stronghold and is building it manually, despite having a judge. Let us take a moment of silence here to weep at yet another player forgetting that you can upgrade improvements with a judge. It's settler or unpopular. Okay, thank you. It is the sustenance event. Let's take a look what that event is. Sustenance. Move event called sustenance. So surplus. What's surplus? Surplus event. Found it. Thank you. It apparently is triggered by if you have 1,000 food. It's a 50% chance to appear if you have 1,000 food. You could add a citizen in every city but add slums, or get a settler and take the unpopular trait. So yeah, that is, it's called a surplus event. Thank you. And yeah, it's triggered by having 1,000 food and apparently gated by having taken food boost, which he did do. Yeah. And yes, I am very, very sad that he is manually building strongholds instead of upgrading them with a judge. So that will pretty much guarantee there's no way he's going to finish this 5 mounted unit legacy. Even with it, it was going to be really hard, but definitely impossible without. I'm not sure I would take a slum in every city because those I would be shocked if we don't see at least one rebel from at least one of those slums before the slums upgrade. Yeah. So bigger, much better opinion on the Axum side. Feels like Axum is going to move in here. They are getting Demit. They are getting Compo. I wonder if they're going to wait for Compo to upgrade. Kind of would make sense to do that. They are at 6,000 gold. They could buy a wonder. Let's find a worker. See how much a wonder costs. We can't buy the wonder. Okay. Fluffy complaint. I can't know how much 600 stone is would buy when there's 100 civics. It doesn't give me the preview. We can do the math ourselves. 7 times 600. So let's call that 8 times 600. That's 5,000 gold for the pyramids. Obviously, you need the civics. But yeah. Wild, wild situation here. And thank you all 26 of you that are tuned in. Looks like Axum is eyeing that city and being like, I would like that city. That would be a really nice patron city. It would be a really nice patron city with 3 pearls and silver. This Byreem's kind of forgotten. Vandals have not raided anyone, which is a little surprising to me. I expect them to at some point decide to raid. Could get office efficient taxation, or you could have your statesman cap go autonomous, which I think will still let it run decree. I'm not sure though. Yeah, 520 civics, very tempting. But it's your statesman seat, so yeah, curious to see what he does there. This skirmish event, which I don't remember how it chains. And then bloodthirsty on your daughter, or some traits. She's a tactics student, so he's being tutored by the Vandals. He does have some serious family opinion issues, though. Minus 171 on traders, which is your capital. So here, rebels probability 10. That is almost certainly wrong, right? Because you also have 5% from slums. So did something change with this display, Fluffy? Because this should be... They've both met the Vandals. They have both met the Vandals. They're both at war with the Vandals, but this should be 15%, shouldn't it? But looks like Descent has slums, right? Angry Family is 10% rebels chance on its own. Slums are 15. Why is this only 10%? Shouldn't this be 15%? Yeah, the Vandals, the camp is full. Neither player has had vision of this camp. Maybe that's why. Will an unseen camp raid? I think it will, though, right? If you've met the tribe, the tribe will raid, even if you've never met the camp. But neither player has seen this camp. No player has vision of that camp. Well, 4 laws, hard building a stronghold, which makes me Whoops, accidentally muted myself. Sorry about that. I really need to make sure that doesn't happen. Hopefully this is better. Hopefully I wasn't muted too long. Very easy. I think I have my puppy on my lap, and I think she accidentally pressed something on my mic and it muted me. But hopefully you can hear me now again. Yes, you are correct. Carthage does have freedom, and that explains the rebel difference there. So you're absolutely right. Sorry, you can blame the puppy. She says hello to everyone. She's enjoying this tournament so far. So yes, that is where the slime, the slum went. So Carthage could get triumph, you get tribute and truce with the Vandals. Interesting event. Yeah. So, all right, let's see here. Starting to see some road building, but with a rider worker, with a trader right there. All right, AuxArmes has a scout deep in those lines. Yes, I have the dog owner trait. Let's see here. AuxArmes is shifting forward. I love this kind of movement here. Everyone is just moving very slowly, very carefully together. So, oh, they're beginning to push forward here, and they're pushing forward with a great force, right? So Carthage obviously sees this coming, but it's going to have some issues. Doesn't have an easy way to reinforce this city. This city is not going to be long for this world. And yes, archers feels like waiting for archers would be good, because you have the money with 6,000 gold in the bank. And yeah, I don't see how Carthage survives here with these units, and they're already weaker, or they were weaker. They flipped back, but like you can see, there's a pretty big mill score gap. Oh, we're gonna get a fire, right? No, drought. Oh, this could be a drought. That'll be really interesting. Unfortunately, everyone has a giant food bank, so they'll be okay. Yeah, compo. Really surprised we're not seeing mass chop, mass upgrade. They are both weaker. So Magnus just flipped over to weaker. Seems to be flipping back and forth. And they're competent with each other. Science-wise, they've actually been very, very similar all game. Like, really, really similar. They are 200 science apart. Slight advantage for AuxArmes, but really, really cool. He still has not used his money. He has 7,000 money. I don't know what Carthage used his money on. I presume stone, to buy stone for strongholds. Yeah. And then mill score, and then orders. Orders actually, impressively, AuxArmes has an orders advantage over Carthage. But AuxArmes is floating 7,000 gold, and he is beginning to move forward with compo one turn away. He does not care. He's going for it right now. He's got those fortifications. Is he going to attack the city? Please don't attack the city. He's just upgrading in the guy's face. Or not upgrading. He is promoting to fierce right in front of your opponent. I don't know that I would move a unit into attack range and then promote it. I would probably, yeah. I think, I don't know. If it were me, I would have loved to wait for the slingers to be upgraded to archers. But honestly, you could wait for longbows. Longbows are even better. And then honestly, why attack with 6 strength units? You could be attacking with 8 strength units. And then actually, you know what? You need a route. Like, you probably should wait for cataphracts before attacking, but that's just me. But anyway, seriously, I probably would have waited for upgrading my archers, and then maybe grabbed a trader worker and built a road to save myself some orders. But this looks really strong right now. His family opinion is decent. Carthage is not decent. He's an angry, upset family, and a just normal family, cautious family. And yeah, I think you don't want to frontline with Demits. I don't know. I will confess, I have no idea how to use Demits. I have played AuxArmes like less than 10 times. I have no idea how to use them properly. Disarm is really, really powerful, but is really, really hard to plan out. I don't think I would play AuxArmes in Network just because even in Cloud, it's hard enough to figure out what the heck to do with the Demit. But like, I think I just need to practice AuxArmes more in Cloud because like, all right, Carthage is attacking this weak slinger. I also really got to give points here to AuxArmes for having really good unit comp, right? They are not a full melee army. They have a good mix of melee and ranged. All right, so looks like Carthage was able to attack with 4 units to kill a single spear. First blood. And then, yeah, but this is going to get really ugly really fast. Presume you want your Demits to attack. I don't know that I would be force marching an axeman into this personally. But maybe you can move this guy over and kill a slinger. So we have combat. But that feels like a much, much scarier force. Yeah, so what I would love to see here from AuxArmes is kill the enemy units and do not try to take the city. I really hope Carthage does attack this slinger. Presumably he will make one move and attack the slinger. I'm hopeful here. Yeah, you don't want to just whittle down units because injured units still do damage. Where is Carthage? Carthage has a boat here. Okay. Interesting. Yes, the rebels are definitely waiting for the most awkward time to appear. But I think to Sion's point, because Carthage is running freedom, it actually cancels out the rebel chance from all the slums. That's another point for freedom. It makes you safely take slums. But of course, we have a angry family from the traders, but that just means rebels. The only chance for rebels are in the capital. So, all right, we have just finished Comp Bow, and we're getting the Free Ballista, aka Sion's favorite tech card by AuxArmes. We do not have Road Network, and we have an awkward sandstorm here. But yeah, if we look at the Road Network, we have a little bit of Road Network. Not quite all the way there. So the Ballista will take a long time to get there. Would love to see a trader worker do some work. We also have this Demit ready to go. But yeah, let's take a look at the combat here. This is definitely where we're going to see no moves yet from AuxArmes. 8,000 gold for AuxArmes. Yeah, all right. So we've got some tactical play here. He has taken out an elite Huskarl. Okay. Personally, if it was me, I think I would be saying my priority is to kill every axe I can see because the axe are really good against my spear. And if I can kill all the axes, then my spearmen will have a much nicer time. Although I guess we don't have that many spearmen left because we lost a slinger. No, we didn't lose a slinger. He never killed the slinger. Oh no. All right, now I've got a disarm. With the disarm, the slinger now does tons of damage. Wow. Yes. 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 Okay. It's gotten a Axeman and Elite Huskarl done. Still has a bunch of orders. Look at that. With disarm, Spearmans eat Axeman alive. And we still have this guy ready to go. Disarm lasts 2 turns, I think. I would have, oh man, I definitely would have disarmed first and then slingered. This is like, you definitely want to disarm first. think you can move this guy forward a little bit. Definitely do not put the yeah, there's a bunch of options here. Yeah, Demit is really good. Oh, we're going over here. Okay. Not sure I love that. I definitely want, you definitely should attack with this Demit. It is a very strong unit. Should attack. Yeah, imagine if he had archers. This would be very, very different. He can, of course, build archers. Let's see, is he getting archers? Nope. He's moving some Demits and some slingers. He didn't attack with this unit. No, you want to attack with this unit. This unit, very good. Definitely should have attacked with this unit. But yes, 3 kills, an Axeman, and an elite Skirl. And he's got a great order economy, yes. What do you mean by great, I presume, not greed. Yes, great order economy on Axum. Out-ordering Carthage, and Carthage has 1, 2, 3, 4 statesman cities and riders. So really impressive from Axum to out-order. Yes, disarm lasts 2 turns. Oh, he did attack. Good, he attacked with that unit. So you see disarmed 2 years. So it's minus 20%. So it's kind of like a debuff. You want to spread it around, especially like on their strongest units if you can't get a kill. So like this is a really good disarm because this guy is now disarmed and will like even disarmed it still does. Let's see here. Even disarmed it still does 8 damage, but it does last 1 more turn. So this is looking really bad for Magnus here. He's getting an ambassador, trying to fix his family opinion, and true to form, as Fluffy predicted, rebels have waited until the last possible moment and are like, now we're going to show up. So we've got our first rebels back here. Surprisingly, from here, I guess the rebels were, I guess the before he assigned this ambassador, they were minus 100. So, all right. All right, he is running away, which is the correct play. Where does Oxum get his orders from? That is a great question. We can do the breakdown after this combat here. Let me just quickly see what Carthage done. So he's running away with 1 unit, and then looks like he killed a Demit warrior. So he focused everything to kill that Demit warrior right there. So don't see that ending very well. And yes, we do have those rebels in play. So spoked wheel coming in 2 years, which maybe mounted units. 2 years on the stronghold despite having a judge leader. And yeah, I guess the riders had been just at minus 100, so some massive family opinion issues. No influence on anyone. So definitely some missed opportunities. You could definitely be influencing there. If you had influenced this leader, that would have given you 40 with all these families, and then influencing all of them. All right, let's take a look at Axum's order economy while sort of keeping an eye on the battle. So legitimacy is a big one. The schemer leader won war. He has a robust leader who's now severely ill and unpopular. He's never sought political allies. So we actually have rebels on the Axum side as well. Oh no, it's an archer. Rebel archers. No, that's awkward. All right. Meanwhile, over here we do have some repositioning. And then otherwise, yeah, robust is part of it. And then just strongholds and garrisons everywhere. Stronghold, robust. Yeah, stronghold, garrison, serfdom. Yeah, just pretty good orders. Looks like we got a axeman down here. And continuing to attack. Plink, plink, plink. Carthage has retreated a little bit. But this city looks like it's going to fall to Axum. A nice crit there. Always fun when you roll a crit. All right, that's another axeman down. So now just 1 axeman down and then 2 more over here. Carthage panic building roads. Ideally, you want roads before you're panicking. So awkward really awkward rebel. That rebel is coming from unpopular. Ideally, they would resolve this. They don't have the 6. We are getting that free ballista. Don't see any roads being built. He's attacking that and is putting a commander on there and building a fort in the middle of nowhere. Okay. But yeah, AuxArmes is looking really good here. Potentially retreat this. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you can heal in the fort, so that's good thinking there. But yeah, I would really love to see a trader worker to help this out, but like this attack is definitely a success so far. This city should fall, and Carthage is probably just gonna try to lick their wounds, and ideally wall off this map, right? This map is really easy to wall off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 tiles. You can just wall this tile off, put some onagers here, sit back and tech to the moon. Mint coin. I don't think we've seen any mint coin. Elephant owner, just good. He's still on his starting leader, which I think is also helping with the legitimacy. And he also only bought orders 9 legitimacy worth of orders, where Carthage has bought 35, which is also a big difference there. But we don't have mint coin, not even mint coin 1. So yeah, no, Demit is really, really good. It's like just very technical to use, but it's very good. Yeah, definitely need to do some games at Axum. I feel like they just have a lot of potential. All right, so another rebel Axeman. So this is really problematic for Magnus because rebels are spawning at pretty much the worst possible time. Right when his opponent is attacking, he's lost a bunch of units. His opponent is stronger. This is a really, really tough situation. Why is there a byreme being built here? Okay, it's not autonomous. He's just building a byreme. Okay. Not sure why we build a byreme there, but yeah. He's force marching units out, which is the correct play. He's running away. He knows I cannot hold this city, so I'm just going to get out as many units as possible. There's no point having them die because they're not going to get any kills. Yeah, this is our first appearance of Carthage in the tournament, in the 2026 Old World Community Tournament. I think we've seen Persia twice, Wheezy twice, actually only Persia Wheezy so far, and now Carthage and Axum make their debuts. So Carthago delenda est, I believe someone said once long ago. All right. One turn left on Carthage. Not sure what he can do about this axeman in his capital. Of course, on the slums. So he is still running freedom. Take a look here. Ooh, and now he has the Freedom Warriors, which he's getting. Love it. He's also continued to refine a pretty good science lead. They've been pretty neck and neck in science, but Axum has eked out like 300 more science. So, and the Freedom Warriors are just perfectly timed here. presume he's going to come back and deal with this rebel. He really should resolve unpopular, seek political allies, although he's doomed, so I guess screw that. Doesn't matter. What is the new ruler? A tactician who's already general on something. On this Demit, I guess, right? Yes, this Demit has the Princess Garmazot. So I guess we don't need to deal with unpopular because we're already doomed. So 55 years on his first leader, which is pretty good. Curious to see what happens with family opinion after she's gone, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, definitely taking that central city. Good, strong timing punch. Lined it up with Nitz, got to 4 laws a little bit faster than his opponent, and was able to capitalize it. Get those good use of civics rushing as well. Really liked how he rushed in his capital and in his champ seat, put a little bit of production in both, and then when it used all his civics, then he did that. And yes, we will see what his choice of stele is. He's going to get a pretty nice one because he's at plus 70, which I think is grand, right? Because legendary is plus 100. So yeah, or is legendary plus 60? I always forget how steles work. I should check. I should know this. Let's see here. Oh yeah, developing, strong, and legendary. So I think it is legendary is at plus 60, I think. I should probably have that on the page for that. Carthage here. Volcanic eruption. I guess when it rains, it pours. Everything is just going wrong right now in Carthage. Just trying to clean up these rebels. 2 families that are angry. Freedom, of course, doing a little bit of help there. But yeah, we have our Rider family, 4 of them, and our Trader family, just 1 of them. So it's not great. Yeah. Might see some rebels right here. Spoked wheel. He's going to also fail this. He's going to fail this ambition, or fail this legacy, which will be -5 legit. So that will not help matters either. Event. You can get 4 more rebels in Malacca. Could have wedding and then become stressed or doomed. The end times indeed. The gods are not smiling upon Carthage. I'll spare the women and children. How nice of very kind. Where did we have an axeman somewhere? I thought there was an axeman in that city. Did it leave? I lost track of it. Yeah. Pretty rough here. It's going pretty smoothly, and then it all fell apart. Sometimes that happens in games where you overreach, right? He took this city and then wasn't able to hold it. I think that for me, the warning side as a caster was AuxArmes had pretty much every production queue building units, and Carthage had 1 production queue. We have a note here from Magnus. Oh my God, what have I done? Some good road building finally. But ideally with trader worker, but of course, this is why I like having more than 1 trader city, so you can have something that is not your cap, produce trader workers. Yeah, it's really fun how it all falls apart very quickly. Really don't understand the biremes. Biremes feel like completely irrelevant right now, and I guess if you're trying to make it easier for stuff to get to the front, but like, I don't know. Thought Magnus had a decent opening, but then slightly outpaced AuxArmes in expansion. But again, I think the economy really did make a big difference. He's fixed his iron now, um, but yeah. All right, new ruler, tactician, which would be interesting. And Stell choice. We could add a Grand Stell. And where are we going to add the Stell? He's adding it in his champ seat, and he placed it here. So that gets him some extra training. So thanks to that Stell, we now have uh, the Grand Stell. So extra training in the champ seat. And yes, we finally do have an African elephant on the way there from Carthage. All right, so we went with a Grand Stell in the champ seat. Carthage did get training boost. The problem is AuxArmes has champions. So even if Carthage has upgraded his units, AuxArmes has champions. Take care, Aaron. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you having you in the chat. And the city has fallen. The city has fallen. So we have our first city falling. Carthage can take civics boost. Probably badly needed here. Um, at least there's no rebel this turn. New gov, new gov, new gov. Reminding himself to sign a new governor. Volcanic eruption over. He is getting the civics boost, of course. Yeah, so one city down, but not the end of the world. That city was pretty inconsequential and did not really have any development. I would expect it to become a patron city. And yes, champ seats spit out units. They just print units. It's kind of terrifying how many units they print, and how quickly they show up. And yeah, that's 27 training just from the champ seat. Really don't love these biremes. Looks like he switched decrees. Yeah, did lose that ambition. Failed the legacy. So he does have almost gotten the traders back to happy. Yes. I would love to see AuxArmes upgrade these slingers to archers before the next push. Feel like there's no reason not to. And yes, he can just hide in the woods and walk up. Good use of forts here. Love to see this from Magnus, building some forts. Make it a little harder to break in. Honestly, I don't know that I'd put the forts in front of the city. I would probably put them next to the city at this point. It's gonna be tough. All right. What's going on with the 6-turn capital festival for Carthage? Not another festival. I have no idea why there's a festival going on here. It is not an autonomous city. There is no excuse for that. I don't know. No idea. All right. Presume he'll want to capture the city, heal up. Would love to see a trader worker connect roads to the front. We do have this ballista on its way. Yeah, really need some roads to get that ballista up there. But looking pretty good here. He's pulling units all the way back. He's using the fort for healing. Love to see that. Yeah, pretty good. He's got a solid economy, a little bit light on stone. But, 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. He's going to get the free Demit warriors. He can get tyranny, war constitution. Science-wise, Carthage actually a bit ahead in science, 71, because of the death of the leader for AuxArmes has actually slowed down their science, but they've already gotten all the science they need to take a city so far, but they should not rest on their laurels. They do not want to fall behind Carthage in science. The game is definitely not over. It's just a single city. And we do finally have raiders. The Vandals are raiding the AuxArmites. So they picked the AuxArmites, decided they did not want to beat up the Carthaginians, and the Carthaginians are down. So, yeah. Yes, festivals really do not help with family opinion. Generally, the way to recover your family opinion is to influence the religious heads, influence the family heads. We are approaching 3 hours, so we'll see how the players want to go or if they will continue this another time. And we'll have our first part 2 of this tournament. Good to continue. Cool. They can continue to cast for another 90 minutes or so. Love that I can speak to the players as an observer now. So, and yeah, the festival really does not move discontent. Like we can look through it here. So this would be 40 happiness, right? 40 happiness. We're currently at discontent level 25 out of 140 and increasing by 6. So we would flip that up briefly. And then, so I guess we're 5 years away. So in 5 years at 6 discontent, that'll be 30. So we'd flip that up and that would just move you from 55 to 15, which wouldn't change anything because every discontent level is minus 20. So festivals are not a way to really manage family opinion at all. The best bet here would be to influence your pagan head. Why your pagan head? Because your pagan religion is at plus 28. So if you influence this guy, that'll move it plus 40. And then that plus 40 will flow down through all of these guys. So you'll get plus 40 across all these three with one influence. So that would be enough. And then, of course, you can influence anyone else, although all these guys are pretty old. So I'm not sure I would burn influencing on this guy, but definitely worth influencing the religious head. And I guess you're kind of locked into freedom because you have slums in every city that you can't get rid of. So, yeah. Looks like the players will continue to play on here a little bit. Which I am up for casting a little bit longer as well. Some horse supply in the city. Got to go fast. Love these little notes. Chop, chop. Yes, you definitely want to chop this forest. That is wise by Magnus, especially given that your opponent now has a tactician leader who, yeah, is on this unit over here. Hopefully will be put on an archer at some point, but we will see here. All right, presume we are going to see civics boost. We did get the free Demit warriors from here. So, yeah, Magnus is now weaker, still competent. And presume we're just going to push. So that's 3 Demit warriors coming in. Family opinion pretty good here. Also, similarly here, we have a new leader. One of the first things you want to do on a new leader, generally when your opinion is the worst because your legitimacy is the lowest, you'll want to influence religious heads. Here it's a little awkward because each of your families is a different religion, but that's fine. You'll just need to do more influencing. So generally I like to work from the lowest family up. So I would probably influence Axumite paganism, and then I would influence this guy. That would bring me to -3. Then I would probably influence Zoro, and then this. Another trick you can do is if you have a state religion and you are that state religion, you could convert to that religion, influence the religious head, and as long as they're not the opposite type from you, then you can use that religious head to convert other people. If they're pleased or higher, they will convert people for you, which can help bring family heads into line. So there's a whole kind of mini game. Oh, I love this. He is using the boat to deal with these raiders, which is really, really great because the boat does a lot of damage to raiders. So that's a really great play. And we're seeing an archer being built here. And I'm curious to see whether we'll see some archers get upgraded. Presumably so. We seem to have 415 wood, probably from this guy chopping his heart out. Yeah. Oh, we're reconsidering civics boost. No, civics boost is the right call. Definitely, you definitely want to get civics boost. And also running centralization, which will help a little bit. Yeah. He's also bought a bunch of wood as well. All right, machinery from Carthage, which I think is a great choice here. Although he does not have the economy to support building onagers, given that he has no stone income and negative wood income. But onagers are very good for this kind of choky position, right? You get some forts in. Like ideally, you'd put a line of forts here or somewhere like further back a little bit maybe. Or you could even say, screw this, I'm just going to put the line of forts right here or even right here, right? Put my onagers on these hills back here. And then, yeah, just make it really hard for my opponent to get in. And yeah, great use of ships down here. AuxArmes definitely in control of this game, but Carthage is definitely not out of it at this point. Coastal culture, get some salt. Salt wouldn't hurt if you give salt. That's another way to get that. So if I give this salt, it's -10 opinion per city. So that's -40 opinion. If I add the salt, then I can, yeah, give salt to the riders, and that will fix their opinion as well. And yeah, the Demit and Slinger timing attack, really just a 4-law push, which AuxArmes I think does better than anyone else, and supported by ranged units, right? Like, as you said, they kind of bring their own sentinel, coupled with good family opinion, which definitely easy to take for granted. So, yeah. Yeah, really, really well, nicely executed timing attack. Hit at a point where Carthage was vulnerable and kind of overextended a little bit, arguably. And got a city out of it. All right, I really don't understand these biremes. I feel like biremes are not helpful for Carthage right now. They are not going to matter. You need more units. You don't need okay, now I understand why the biremes, because you have an ambition to create 5 naval units, but I think that's a trap ambition that you should not have taken. Because you want ambitions that support your game, not ambitions that make you do things you do not want to do otherwise. It's better to take an ambition, not take an ambition that you would not want to do. Another way you can deal with family opinion, he does have that chancellor, so he can assign a chancellor and then send family gifts to cities, to families, which will give +40 opinion. All right, this is terrifying. We have a ballista in the forest, which can just slowly move up here and then just, one-shot people. So, and it's invisible. Right, so he has now claimed that city. I'm curious to see whether we will see some archer upgrades. Would love to see some rally troops. Would love to see the family opinion fixed here. He did assign this one to traders, which really feels like a miss. This feels like a patron city, but I Yeah, this definitely feels like a patron city. Yes, that is a lot of production queue for 5 biremes is not easy to make, and you don't really need them. They're not helping you. Again, if you're involved, if there's a lake connecting the two, and like I need biremes to control the lake, great ambition for that. But for here, boat's kind of not relevant, so would not burn city production queue. I mean, you can think of Old World as a game with constraints, right? It's you can't do everything, and you have limited tools at your disposal. Your city queue is one of your most important ones, and love to see this archer upgrade here from AuxArmes. So he has upgraded a bunch of archers, which is really, really, really terrifying because these archers can, of course, go invisible in the forest and then attack you next turn from the forest. So I think there was a note by Magnus to chop, but he hasn't really done much chopping. I think he chopped the first line of forest, which was good. Yeah, and that ballista is just waiting to murder people. I think this is going to be really interesting. Definitely not over yet. Would really love to see a trader worker being pulled up here to get some roads here, get some roads here. Just make it really easy to reinforce, get some roads for any siege. 4-year Demit warriors from the champ seat, which is absolutely terrifying. Just spits them out every 4 years. And Demit warriors are really good. Yeah, I'm currently playing Moritan in a cloud game where he has unleashed like 8 Demit warriors and 3 Sholotais on me, and I'm like, oh no, what do I do with these? They're so tanky and so hard to deal with. Yeah. All right, this I really don't like. Do not like walls. Number one, this city, arguably, maybe you could potentially, if you set your forts and you use the city to tank, totally okay to build walls. Of course, the problem with this city is it's an autonomous city, so you don't get to choose what it builds. That's why it's just spamming festivals. You can kind of choose by having a worker build improvements and then making sure like shrines or like you could do that, but he hasn't done that. Autonomous city, I think, largely a trap. But walls, not a good idea here. Why? Because if you're building walls here, for them to be relevant, you have to have lost this city. And you have to have units here. Realistically, if you lose this city and you have enemy units here, that's pretty much the game. I don't think you're going to really come back from that situation. Like realistically, lose this city. This city's next, and like this just, I mean, again, walls potentially justifiable here. Again, pull these forces a little bit back. Walls are great if you're having the city tank. Yeah, this is definitely a defensible position, but this is not how to defend it. We are slowly closing on that 4 stronghold. He has upgraded the improvement, so hats off here. He has remembered that he can upgrade improvements and has done so. Hopefully he'll remember he can do so over here and upgrade that to finish that ambition and get some of that legitimacy. He has mostly fixed his family opinion and has the choice of Pathfinder, Naturalist, or Vigilant on that guy. And it looks like he went for Pathfinder, which makes sense given the nets there. Yeah, I mean, abandoning Malacca is also an option. And then if you want to set up forts here, this is a decent choke. I think this choke is a little easier to hold, I would argue, because this is a 5-tile choke, where this choke is a lot larger. Like this is just, you can get flanked. I like Malacca better as a defensive spot. And also this city's not very developed, so you can easily just fort everywhere. I think it's worth holding here, but like, yeah. All right, Rebel Spearmen, a little awkward, but you know, we've got the full army there ready to deal with the Spearmen, so it's not going to survive. He does need to fix this family opinion, though, and he does have some rebels over here as well. So again, definitely game not over. Definitely advantage AuxArmes. Take a look at the mill score here, and we see AuxArmes kind of almost doubling Carthage. This is really bad. They've not taken their foot off the gas pedal in unit production. And Carthage is not really building units. We got a chariot, we got an African elephant, we got these insane biremes, which I really, really don't love. Those biremes could be units that would be relevant. Yeah. Tons of money from AuxArmes. Probably want to repair this at some point. Getting the free chariot. Okay. Having a route unit is very good. Arguably, the spoked wheel would give you a route unit forever. Although, yeah, I guess this is an autonomous city, so you really can't do anything. This is, again, why I think autonomous cities are largely a trap. Because just like you wouldn't really want to run festival that many times. Sure, it's giving you some science, but like probably not worth it. Again, great use of the boat here for dealing with these rebels or these raiders. He stunned the unit, which means it can't do anything. So love that. And next turn you can just kill it with your leader, which will get you some nice XP on your leader. Also has Swift on the tactician, which is going to be really nice. Yeah, onagers, I think, yes, you're absolutely right, Scion. If Carthage can get forts up and onagers behind that and fortified axemen in the forts and maybe make the city not autonomous, then it's going to be really hard for Axum to break in. Like arguably you would want to fort something like this line here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. Nice little curvy bend. You could also argue something like this, right? Or even something like this. So you put the onagers on hills here, here, here. 5 tile forts on the onagers, forts here. Make it really hard to break in. Maybe swap to colonies with your cheap judge and buy some of these tiles so it's in your lines. Yeah. If he doesn't get that onager defense up, though, like, this is the problem. That ballista does 7 damage to a fortified axe in a fort. Of course, he only has 1 ballista, so... but, like, yeah, these archers, like, he has enough archers, he can just plink the units down. All right, well, let's see if he remembers to upgrade the stronghold. Economy really not in great shape. Feel like there's probably a pretty big improvement difference between the two. Let's take a look. All right, this is wild to me. There's an improvement difference. 63 improvements for Magnus and 41 for AuxArmes, but AuxArmes has the much better economy. Largely, I would argue, AuxArmes actually has more, Carthage has more quarries and more mines than AuxArmes, but because AuxArmes has been running slavery all game, AuxArmes has just a lot more stuff. And presumably now we can look at the iron graph, much superior to AuxArmes, stone graph, much superior for AuxArmes. Carthage really invested in food, but like doesn't need that much food. And obviously no one's done any wood yet. So 2 years on machinery. Free chariot, which of course will be good for any onagers. Onagers really do need critical mass in order to take off. So no state religion. So a little unorthodox play there. Yeah, slavery, really good. It's 35 of each resource, kind of really helping cushion that AuxArmes economy, freeing up orders for other stuff. Definitely feel Carthage wants to swap to slavery, except for they can't because they have a slum in every single city. Because they took that event instead of taking unpopular, which honestly, yeah. Yeah, Magnus does not have the economy for onagers. He doesn't have any stone income and he doesn't have any wood income. I think it's just very hard to just, I mean, you can chop your wood, but like you need stone income because onager upkeep, if I remember correctly, is in stone. Yes, it is 3 stone per onager and 1 training. So you definitely want to have stone income. And Magnus's current stone income is 13. So not even just building the onager. Once he has 4 onagers, 5 onagers, he's zeroed out his stone income just from upkeep. All right, we've got AuxArmes moving in here. I see a archer hiding out in the forest. edging closer, saying hello, hello, hello. And this is the really frustrating thing about fighting a tactician. They can just attack you in the forest, and if you don't kill them that turn, they just disappear because they ignore zone of control because they're invisible. Chariot, machinery. Yeah. Slowly fixing his stone economy a little bit here. Really should finish. I mean, also, he's burning a lot of wood into these biremes. And guess what? Bireme upkeep is wood. So a lot of this upkeep is actually his existing biremes, which are outside his borders, which is why they take more. So like he's just digging himself into a deeper hole by building these biremes to try to fulfill this ambition. So ambition selection, very, very important. All right, we've got some roads, which I love to see, but you have a trader worker, so you should be roading with your traders. But again, you only have one trader worker, or two trader workers, three trader workers, neither of which are roading, and two of which are in other cities. So really a little confused. Estates in the statesman cap. After the statesman cap has hit strong. Unsure. We do have an African elephant, that's correct, and we have another African elephant here. Not really sure where they came from. I presume he rushed them, right? Yeah, he must have rushed them. Yeah, so they got rushed out here. It's the only place they could have come from. So that will help a little bit, but still really, really scary. These units should probably not be here because they're just going to die. I guess you've already started this wall, so maybe like, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of would snake along something like this. Yeah, not sure. All right, AuxArmes has the choice of potentially getting their own machinery or polis, or steel or metaphysics, which I don't expect. So expecting either polis, realistically expecting polis because I think he probably wants to get forestry because he's already bleeding 20 wood a turn because he did upgrade to archers, and archers, of course, have wood upkeep. So this is why I don't love upgrading to archers, just because he now has to pay a chop every turn. Of course, he has 6,000 gold, so who cares? But I don't think he has the economy for onagers, so I would strongly counsel polis here into forestry. We'll see what he does. He's got some hidden units here. Yeah, lots of archers. Still more slingers to upgrade as well. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the hard parts, right? Like, okay, I won the first battle. I captured a city. I killed a bunch of units. Now what do I do? Yeah, archers really need ballista or macemen to deal with them. Both ballista and macemen are really good against archers. Nothing else is helpful. Routing can help, but routing alone is not enough. You really need mace or ballista. Archers do feel expensive, and they're only one strength more than slingers and one more range. So I don't mind archers. Ideally, though, I want to have lumber mills behind them because otherwise I feel like I just end up in a huge drain of wood. It does look like AuxArmes is moving in here and is just using his money pile, which is great. I will say one of my favorite plays is just slinger spam into longbows because longbows are amazing. And yeah, you give me 8 longbows and your opponent is suddenly in deep, deep trouble unless they're in deep forest. All right, so Carthage definitely sees some units, does not see all of them. It sees like, there's a random archer on this hill. I wonder if there's other units here, but like there's some gaps in these forests. I wonder what's going on. Yeah, I really love how AuxArmes kind of been staging, right? AuxArmes is not trying to move in all at once. They're saying like, I'm going to be very measured and orderly, and like, I'm going to move in a way that like, sure, you can attack me, but like, it's going to really hurt if you try to attack me. So he's not in a way that he can get picked off. We do have machinery. and he's going for phalanx. Which I don't, I guess, see if you want citizenship, maybe. Both of them are at 5 laws. Yeah, phalanx isn't bad. Probably what I would pick here as well. Arguably a case for free chariot, but you can already build chariot, so I get a free chariot. So yeah, phalanx I think seems reasonable. He has managed to fix his family opinion, which is good. And yes, 1 unit tile creep is really, really horrible. You know what's even better than 1 unit tile creep? 1 unit tile creep with onagers inside. And you just have this kind of 3 onagers move forward, supported by 3 onagers behind them, then 3 onagers move forward again, supported by 3 other onagers behind them. That is really brutal because it's like, oh my god, I cannot attack into this at all because I just get destroyed. Yeah, so let's see if we do see any onagers started. Nope, we got our African elephant. Still those biremes, which are going to continue to hurt. And then he's anchored a bireme here, which is interesting. He does have exploration, so this river sort of does give him some movement. For example, we can move over here in like a turn. So that's a decent thing, but I'm not really sure how much I love it because like you also have a road network and an internal river network. So like I don't know that that bireme gets you anything. But we'll see here. A question from someone over Discord about why are adoptions good. So both players started with schemers this turn, and they didn't do any adoptions. Adoptions take 100 civics and give you a child. The reason adoptions are particularly good is you get some yields from beginning. It doesn't have to be before turn 10, but ideally you want to do it before you have your own kids, because otherwise you can only adopt stuff that's younger than your kids, otherwise they get pissed off at being bypassed. So adopting early before you have kids is really good, both for the extra yields, also for filling out your family tree, and lastly, if you're exploring, you can send some of the additional kids exploring, which then can get you some nice exploration events. So just generally having a bigger family tree is particularly nice. Like we can take a look here. AuxArmes has a pretty good sized family tree. And we can hop over to Carthage here briefly and take a look at the Carthage family tree, which is a little bit narrower. Not that many. So imagine if he had adopted, so he had 2 kids originally. Imagine he had adopted 3 more kids, then you'd have much more branches of the family tree. Swapping back to AuxArmes, let's take a look here. We've got a continued slow crawl, and we actually have combat. Sorry for missing that looking at adoption. We've got a disarm here on this unit and a stun. So already just obliterated that skirmisher, which was clear that was going to happen. Look at the range on this archer. From here to here, this is what makes archers so dangerous. That 3-tile range. And then, yeah, we got another Demit here. And this unit's stunned, so it can't get away. Can't easily move in to attack this guy. The most he can do is like plink it with slingers. He had 2 other ranged units that are now dead. And he's got good vision. He has a scout here. I think he may have forgotten that he is not visible. All right. Let's see here. So AuxArmes is now attacking. And I think this may be, to your point, Scion, Carthage does not have any onagers yet. Doesn't even have an onager in production. Has those insane biremes. And yeah, this is a really awkward spot. Yeah, these are decent tactics. And of course, he can move in this hidden ballista here to really deal some damage should he so desire. He is getting a African element this way. He is starting an onager here. Fortunately, it's fortunately not in the marsh. I guess that's fresh water. Yeah. He hasn't really responded at all on this attack. He lost 2 units. See the biremes continuing to drain his stuff. So he's going to attack a little bit here, attack here, but that's not going to be enough. This is why I would really love to have the tactician on a archer, because then you can stun anything and you don't have to put the tactician in harm's way. Current military power. We are currently at 1,300 to 680. So pretty big advantage for AuxArmes. Yeah, the overcommit to the ambition is definitely not great. Looks like he did finish that stronghold somewhere. And did finish that, but like it was just not a good ambition. Biremes are not gonna help you out here. Like imagine those biremes. Obviously, he didn't have the tech for it when he started the biremes, but imagine those biremes. Those biremes cost 50 iron and 50 wood. Imagine they were onagers, for example. 5 onagers would be really good. Honestly, I think the correct answer there, Scion, is not even taking the ambition, right? Just do not take an ambition that is just not helpful. It's worse than anything because it'll warp your play or it'll hurt you later on. All right, let's see what AuxArmes does here. Awkwardly, a rebel, because still having some family opinion issues, actually having quite a lot of family opinion issues. He did just assign an ambassador, I think, which helps a little bit, but yeah, this is actually kind of nasty. I don't think he's done any influencing. Really should be doing some influencing. So we have, again, awkwardly families are all different, but so let's see. He's disarming this guy. We're going to see the ballista move in. Love to see the ballista actually. Yeah, not sure. Blinking down that guy. Blink, blink, blink. Eagle eye. Eagle eye. Blink, blink. All right, one guy gone. He will lose his tactician leader, I think, next turn. Because he'll take damage attacking here, and then he can get whittled down. But he won't take damage attacking if he flanks it with something. So if he puts a unit here, then he won't take damage attacking. But then, of course, he doesn't know if there's another ranged unit hanging out somewhere. I don't know if he knows the flanking to turn off tactician's trick, but yeah, let's see here. Okay, he's going back and healing his unit, presumably. Really love to see him just assign that to an archer somewhere else, just because I think the stun is better on an archer, because you can stun at range. And indeed, he did assign it to another unit somewhere. Yes, he put it on this archer right here. Perfect. Love it. Now you can put this archer here and stun at your heart's content. Yeah, the ballista could show up as a surprise. There's no rush in killing this axe. Of course, if you don't kill it now, it'll probably run away, but hey, running away is not bad either. All right, disarm has faded. Or no, this is still disarmed. It's still disarmed? No, it's no longer disarmed. So Axton's now at full strength, but all right, he's reinforcing these forts and attacking back. Makes sense. Trying to hold this line at all costs. I don't know whether it's worth it, but maybe you can get a kill. I'm really struggling to see how he's going to be able to kill. I guess he can move this axe here. That does 2 damage. You can kind of... I do not love leaders on ballistas personally. I can see a case for it, but I just don't love it. Especially now with flanking being able to turn off tacticians. So, yes. Yeah. He used the leader to move back and then swapped. Although he has Swift, so I don't think it would have mattered. So, but yeah, pretty good stuff. Yeah, so this, all right, he's got a spearman here. Where did he, oh, he moved here. Oh, I really don't like this attack. Like, honestly, you could have moved here. And yeah, so this, I think, you don't want to spread your damage out. You want to focus your damage and kill a unit, because an injured unit still does full damage. So getting 2 units to half health is strictly worse than getting 1 unit to 0 health. Or getting 3 units to like 2/3 health. Doesn't matter. Better to get 1 unit to 0 health. So, yeah. Pretty rough. This is not the time you want to be fixing your economy on turn 65, right? He's built a lot of these quarries, which is good, right? It's good to fix your economy. But it's bad to fix your economy when you're trying to fight your opponent. You want your economy to be done. The first 30, 40 turns of the game are when you really want to invest hard in economy, because then that can unlock everything else, especially on big maps like this. Let's see what AuxArmes does. It does have this tactician. Still has some family opinion issues. Don't see any influence going on. All right, you do see the ballista at play. Just did a ton of damage, killed that axeman, and then also did some damage here. Would have loved to see the disarm first, so that you would have actually had the ballista do a little bit more damage, but that's a very, very small micro. Pulling back and healing some units. Fortunately, that ballista can die, because you could have the... actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure this elephant can move in there. I'd love to see something sit in this fort. this unit could come into this fort. Just to shield the ballista. It'd still die, of course. This could come in this way. But yeah. All right. And love this stun, right? So far away, I can stun this unit. Make it really hard for you to deal with. And AuxArmes is out of orders. Carthage does here. Military score, almost double. Maceman. Compo. Goods boost. Goods boost. He does need all those resources. But yeah, this is awkward. Okay. Moving a... Yes, now the autonomous city has decided to build walls, which is actually not a bad choice. A little late, but you know, better late than never. But our first non-festival choice. They're like, hey guys, do you hear fighting outside? No, the party's still raging, bro. It's so good here. We love Malacca, land of festivals. I'm pretty sure like there's some noise out there. We should put up some walls, noise canceling walls. Yeah, great idea. Keep the party going. Yeah, so they're building some walls to cancel the noise from whatever the hell is going on outside. Yeah, so yeah, he lost 2 units, and I don't think has done any kills to anything. He could kill that ballista if he hadn't attacked with that, or moved in with that axe. So just gonna go through there pretty rough. On the bright side, he will soon finish his 5 naval unit ambition with the Byrene. Oh, this is interesting. A little bit of anchoring over here. Might see some flanking. Yes, I would have probably put the elephant in the city and just killed the ballista with the elephant from the city and moved the slinger out slightly. But yeah. This is a really interesting anchor. I don't think it's going to matter, especially since they can't actually get to here, right? Like this anchor needs to be 1 tile over to be a bridge, because this doesn't actually. But maybe this is intended as bait. I've got some big force over here that's going to flood through here, but I don't know that AuxArmes will care. He still has serious trader opinion issues. No rebels yet, but could happen at any time. Right. Let's see here. What will AuxArmes do? He sees the boat and the anchor. Maybe there's a horde of units coming there. Yeah, the problem with softening up multiple units for routes is you really need to do it in the same turn because units will sometimes move, which is a challenge. So, all right, love this. And now it's flanked, so it won't take any damage from tactician. So assigning that tactician does nothing. He's stunned, which... Oh, he's attacking... He attacked this? Interesting. What did he attack? Attack this. He's healing his ballista, or pulling it back. Obviously that axe in the fort ain't going anywhere. Still has a lot of archers. Archers are so order efficient. And eagle eye archers are really good. 28 wood a turn in upkeep right now. Fortunately, just has tons of money. The Vandals are paying him tribute. Both players actually have truce with the Vandals. AuxArmes has gotten a couple kills in here. Killed this Slinger and this Axeman, the Legend. So yeah. 2 kills, threatening Malacca. Carthage does have a force that's beginning to assemble here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 routing units hanging out behind the scenes. Let's see what he does here. It's definitely not looking good. We are on the verge of some of his strength is also biremes. Unfortunately, another rebel spearman in the capital. Really don't love these festivals. You have 8 citizens. You do not need festivals. Yeah, I presume he's trying to fix his trader opinion with festivals. That's just not how you fix opinion. You'd be much better off influencing your Carthaginian pagan head and then influencing the trader head, and that would give you plus 80, which would fix your opinion issues. At least somewhat. Yeah. See what he does here. All right, moving in. Spear. So, elephant. Push this guy back, I guess. Have another elephant come in. Nice little route chain going. With flanking, almost. This can almost kill this. Problem is he doesn't have anything else to attack with. But yeah, right here, need 1 more point of damage. Could do something silly. Yeah, I can almost kill this and then go into that. Like, yeah, good use of forts. Forts very good. Definitely not regretting those forts. He can almost kill this. Okay, he's pulling everything over here. I'm not sure why. Okay, he re-anchored because he realized he couldn't actually get in. So now he's going to potentially come around the back, which feels like it's just not going to end well. And yes, Axum can just burn the forts once they actually get a unit in them. So definitely worth doing. Some pretty tense and tight tactical combat here. So upgrades. Definitely looking like he's trying to do some really cool plays, which I'm not sure that they're going to. Don't know. I feel like another tick of damage, you could have maybe killed something here. Axum does still have 1 spear, but you know there's a ballista, so you definitely want to keep at least a mounted unit around for that. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. See what Axon does. He might not notice this anchor here. Yeah, no, this is a really cute idea. It's not going to be enough. And it's kind of just put your elephants here, and then they're just going to get collapsed on by the entire army. Presume goods boost, yep. Still has issues here. Still has not seen an influence. This is very fixable. You just influence this and then influence that, and they're good. Yeah. No roads. All right, starting to run into the problem where we just don't have orders to move our units to the front line. Which is always a challenge. He is fixing his science. Although Carthage is actually starting to eke out a little bit ahead in science now. Carthage at 95 out of 72, but still 150 points behind because AuxArmes built a little early lead. All right, so some nice attacks here. He's already killed the axeman and now taken the fort. And he has stunned the elephant, so the elephant will not be doing anything. And yeah, so he's now disarmed something. Something got disarmed. Presumably he disarmed this guy. Yeah. And then healing. The spear can't quite run away. The spear is also Zoc locked, so it really can't run away. I think these elephants can almost kill there. But yeah. Looks like this player is also festivaling here, perhaps under misapprehension that festival really is a good thing for opinion. Maybe we should make a video on opinion and explaining how to manage opinion and how festivals... Oh my god, what happened here? Did I just miss a bunch of rebels? Why are there so many rebels back here? What happened here? Oh, Menelik at the gate. We got this event. It's the rebel slave. He's getting the slavery uprising. And he took the options for 9 rebels? That seems suicidal. I think the correct option there is just swap to freedom. And be like, no, go away. You want, okay, I'll just get rid of slavery. Bye. Because this is going to be really rough. That's a lot of rebels. Wow. Okay. And we do have our first wonder of the game, which I somehow missed that it was starting. Jerwan Aqueduct with a really nice placement. Not sure I love this granary. Probably will want to bulldoze that granary with the farm and place another granary somewhere else. But yeah, those rebels are doing work over there. So yeah, some interesting battle over there. All right, let's see if Carthage does the great tactical play that they've been plotting here. They are not getting blocked. So the problem is this is going to take a force march to even get around here. And they only have 1 force march. They're scouting, checking out what's going on. Maybe should have done that before. Okay, they see there's a lot of units there. Yeah, can't really do anything. We also have a new ruler. I apparently missed that previous ruler died at some point. Yes, he died, severely ill at 55. So, which means we have decent family opinion. Hero, which really should be a general somewhere. Fortunately, don't have the training for launch offensive. Yes, festivals do create more citizens, and every citizen is -5 opinion. So there is a little bit of counterproductivity there. Citizens don't feel discontent. It's just minus family opinion for having citizens. Discontent ticks up from the discontent bar in the city. All right, we've got some action here. He has killed the Demit warrior. and now is potentially threatening some more routes. Unfortunately, he used his orders on assigning his hero, or his training on assigning his hero. So this is just not going to end well at all. He doesn't know about the rebels in Axum. So he's picking his timing well without being aware that there's a giant rebellion. He will finally get this Byreme legacy, sadly, so only +5 legitimacy. 3 African elephants, so he's going to get some more of those, get double onager production going here. This militia is valiantly fighting a spear. Still 15 orders. Could become the lover of the Vandals. Yeah, let's see what happens here. This is super interesting. I really don't love the move unit closer to enemy and then promote or assign. Both players have done this. It just feels bad to me. Like I have moved this unit next to you. Please attack it next turn. Yeah, move attack, like put it first and then move in. Don't end a turn potentially not being able to attack. I understand what happened here, that like you weren't able to attack. Hey, excuse me. We got training from somewhere. Patriotic fervor, so that's good. That gives us a little more force marches potentially. Would have loved. That's another reason to do events first, because sometimes events can give you stuff that you desperately need. We are building some more forts here, which I love. Which I guess these are going to be the homes for the onagers. So that's good. I do wonder whether it's going to be too little, too late. But maybe Axum will be distracted by the rebels that they're dealing with right now. Yeah, I don't know that players know that they can extend time. So we're going to make sure people know that. Right, and now comes the Axumite counter attack. Heard some feedback that I'm a little bit quiet, but no different than my usual settings. So, yeah, definitely can explore stuff later, but these are my normal settings and have been for a long time. So some nice kills here. Lost a slinger to rebel archer, which is really awkward. This is really awkward in the back here. Should be able to clean it up, but it's not the best timing for a slave revolt. All right. Feel that Carthage is running out of units. It's not good. I can turn the gain up even further on my mic. I turned the gain up quite a bit. Is that better? How about that? Now the gain is quite a ways up, so this is quite a bit louder. Is that better? Sound check 1 2 3 4 9 9 4. I can say anything else, yes. Yeah, the rebels are really fortunately he's protecting his wonder, because that would have been really bad. And yes, he really should burn that fort. Move a unit into there and burn the fort. Stop. All right, I'll just keep the gain up to here. Oh, I think I had it pretty low. Pointing at the I in gain on my monitor for my own memory. All right, thank you for the sound check adjustment. Hopefully this is a little bit better volume-wise. All right, so he's scouting over there. He's gonna do a big attack. AuxArmes, of course, had to burn a lot of orders dealing with those slave rebels back at home. He could get enough for a launch offensive. Needs 800, but fortunately a hero gets 50 every kill. So yeah, get 5 kills and you're in business. And then you can launch offensive. No, the gain is just it's a knob on my mic. It's not a set number. We do have those onagers on their way as well. This is another reason you really want that road network, because onagers benefit from roads, but they do not benefit from rivers. Well, they do benefit from rivers, but they get bonus movement from roads. So roads are actually better than rivers for them. Some nice little double stuff. So we double anchor. I guess he's making use of his biremes. I mean, this is decent, right? You probably want to re-anchor this a little bit. And oh my god, the militia's going to die to the rebel spearman. It's been there forever. Just doesn't have spare orders and spare units to deal with it. All right, he's going to anchor here. Love to see it. Probably need one more boat then for that. So not sure this anchor really gets you that much. If you just moved over one tile, you would have connected to the city. Cool. Looks like he's not going to be doing some deep dive right now, but this elephant stunned. Just feels really awkward. Just feels like Carthage is probably dead here. Probably dead. Of course, AuxArmes does have all those issues there. German Aqueduct, which will help a little bit with science, quite a bit actually, once he gets those farms up, assuming he has tempo to build farms. So much money from AuxArmes. Still 5,000 gold in the bank. Another ambitious ambition. 4 courthouses without citizenship. So that's going to be a tough one. But relatively new leader, so not impossible. I don't know that I would ever really want 4 courthouses. Generally, I want a courthouse in my state seat and my capital, and that's about it. Don't really want wide courthouses. There's no tempo for them. I mean, ideally, yes, I would love every improvement in every city, but you just don't have time for that. All right, let's see here. 1 order left for our Carthaginian friends. All right, so another rebel, still having issues with this, still hasn't influenced anyone. So yeah, this is actually really problematic. It needs to influence. Fortunately, has the forces to deal with this. 140 science. That's a pretty good one. 5 scout ambition or 1,000 iron. 1,000 iron definitely seems doable when you're only making 80 iron a turn. No, I don't think they start producing units. The Huns didn't produce units either. They just kind of just hold the city and don't do anything with it. Yeah, so he's got the goods boost. Definitely needs to influence some people. Curious to see what he's going to take tech-wise. I'm guessing Polis, because he probably wants forestry at some point. He's got some nice forestry sites as well. But yeah, this is kind of a really rough, at least we got the German Aqueduct up, although we have no farms around it, so we definitely want to get those farms up. Clear the rebels. Let's see what's going on in the front. Sorry. No attacks over here either. So, all right, looks like we might have some here soon. All right, he's putting a spot into the fort. Nice little disarm. Presume then we will have a attack of some variety. Yes. Yes. I don't know that he looked through those events, but Goods Boost would have been helpful for speeding that up. That's a nice little edge case. Thank you, Fluffy, for pointing that out. Got a crit and a stun. Okay, good. He's pulling back and healing because I'm getting a little worried, right? Your units are getting really low. You know your opponent has an elephant. Elephants can rout. Yeah. Next turn, we're going to have onagers in those forts. So this city is going to be a lot harder to break. So I think actually Carthage might hold here. As insane as it looks, right? You're down to one unit, an axe in a fort, and then a slinger. And that's it. Carthage may hold. It does kind of need another unit, though. I don't know. All right. So the rebel situation is not good. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rebels, all in AuxArmes. So definitely some challenges in AuxArmes. And he is reconsidering his choice of tech. And is going for steel, which is a choice. Don't know that you need steel if your unique unit is the Demit. But we'll see. All right, let's see how Carthage responds. I presume we are going to see some onagers. Yes, force marched into this and unlimbered. So now we have an onager in a fort behind the city, and we can finally build the defensive line that we would like to build. I don't think rebels have more units than Carthage. You can take a look at all of Carthage's military units. But yes, there are more rebels than Carthage units, apart from Carthage's boats. Carthage has 5 boats and 5 other units. So maybe Carthage can't hold. Slinger goes in there. Probably, yeah, I don't know. The problem is you have nothing defending these. Got the axeman that's stunned, that can't move. You have 2 onagers, a slinger, and you have an elephant. And there's nothing else. So, yeah. Obviously, if you let the onagers do what they want to do, it's going to be very painful. But yeah. It's not looking good for Carthage. Carthage is kind of running out of units. I'm surprised he hasn't ticked over to much stronger. Definitely a really interesting game so far. And I think some of the differentiators that we saw early was just economy management, much better, more balanced economy from AuxArmes. Really good gold income as well. And just a really well-timed timing attack. He got to 4 laws faster than his opponent, was able to convert that into a couple of his unique units, and then pushed in with 4 unique units and just really took advantage of the production from the champion seat. This is a Carthage fort. This is a Carthage fort, and he is building some roads. This is some really interesting choices. He does realize workers have an opinion penalty when they die. But maybe this is the last stand. So, or maybe this is destruction. He wants to buy time for, I don't know. There's nothing really coming out next turn. There's still Spearman Rebel. Yeah. This fort is, I think this might be it. This is kind of a final attack from Carthage. All right, well, let's see what AuxArmes does. He got another rebel spearman, so we're up to 9 rebels in AuxArmes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 172 in his trader cities. They could get the opinion, which she did. Really needs to influence. Have not seen a single influence from them this entire game. This is really bad. You're getting everything pillaged. You're festivaling your champ seat for some reason, which I do not understand. Please tell me you do not let this thing go autonomous. Good. Yeah. Festivals are not opinion management. Also, your champions are fine. Why would you festival? You already have 2 citizens. All right, let's see what happens here. Presume we're going to kill the fort worker, question mark. You could take the city. You really do want to kill these onagers. You do not want to leave the onagers alive. To Fluffy's point, you want to burn the fort. Like, the onagers are putting you awkwardly on a clock. All right, he did kill the worker. Which might be just what Carthage was hoping for, right? Because now the ballista is exposed. All right, he's pulling back. So this is why I was like, maybe they'll hold, maybe not. All right, let's see. Need to kill these onagers. You cannot leave these onagers alive because they're going to hurt next turn. Do a lot of damage. Of course, they can't deal any damage if you're right next to them. So unfortunately, doesn't have any mounted melee. Still has his leader, so he could stun 1 onager. Which hopefully we'll see. Yes, good. Stun the far onager, and now hopefully can kill this onager. Doesn't look like he has quite enough firepower to do that. So we will get 1 onager shot off, but the only thing the onager can hit are these guys. So, all right. Well, that's decent. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He just doesn't have any orders to deal with these rebels, which is really awkward. Definitely know the feeling. That's why I tell myself I should always play with this tab open, because this one shows me family opinion, and everything else doesn't matter as much as family opinion. Oh, mysterious sword on a hero ruler. This is interesting timing. Presume they will take the sword. If you don't know, the sword becomes the sword of the gods potentially, which gives you plus 50% damage versus infantry units, and almost the entirety of AuxArmes' army is an infantry unit. So that could get really scary really fast. So presume they will take that. Also got the free African elephants, which spawned somewhere. Where are our free African elephants when they have spawned here? Somewhere? Or did he already move them? He already moved them all the way up here. He does not give a shit about these rebels. He's just moving them up. Yes, it is damage and defense. That's correct. It's really good. And he pulled back the onager here to heal. Honestly, I would have put the onager in the city personally. It would be a very difficult to kill elephant, yes. But it requires proccing the event. You might hold the mysterious sword forever and never have it turn into the sword of the gods. So that's always a challenge. It's looking tense, and Scion, there's also this issue on the back here where we've got a bazillion rebels from slavery and also some family opinion issues happening in the Axumite backlines. At one point, however, there are more Axumite rebels than there are Carthaginian troops. So that is also a problem for Carthage. Really not sure what's going on with this thing. And of course, losing a worker has not helped. Our cities is damaged somewhere. We're on the traders. We're on the Axum So yeah, the Axum rebel stuff is not going well here. Axum, of course, is I mean, I think Axum is still in a dominant position in this game. They definitely do need to clean up their family opinion issues and the rebels. They're in no rush, I think is the way I would put it. So I think the danger here for Axum is you just kind of try to force it. At the same time, they have a pretty big advantage. But the rebels are a problem, right? Without the rebels, this is an pretty easy area for Axum. The problem is the rebels are like just trashing everything. And you really do need to deal with them. You can't just let them run around. Carthage isn't going to do anything, but I think the temptation is if I back off now, he'll be able to forward up with onagers, and then I'm never going to be able to take that city anytime soon. Which is true. Like if you give Carthage 10 turns, Carthage will make it hard. The risk is if you try to force it, I think you can force it because there's just not enough units for Carthage. The wild card is that he does have a hero leader, and launch offensive can change things very quickly. And I really don't love that he's starting to plink the city. You can pull in this ballista, right? Like you want, I mean, you should almost ignore the city and you should just go hunting for every single Carthaginian unit and then kill them. The problem is you're also not spending any orders dealing with these rebels, or very few orders with these rebels. And the rebels are doing stuff, but it looks like he'll be able to clean up the rebels. He really should do an influence mission at some point here. All right, let's see what Carthage does. Carthage needs 800 training to get launch offensive. So we're quite a ways away from launch offensive. Launch offensive, yes, it gives you another attack. But rout also gives you another attack. So I guess if you're in a situation where, yes, you attacked with your rout, then launched an offensive, then you can start another rout chain if you had finished a rout chain. Yeah. I really do not understand this road building here. Seems very odd to me. This guy's stunned. So what can we do? Honestly, I would say the problem is you pull anything in. I don't know. You just don't have enough units. Right? At this point, I would honestly say just sack this city and fall back to Neapolis. I don't know. Like you don't, you're force marching something. Okay. Don't really love the use of a force march here. Okay, I guess you're going to route through here with your hero leader. Do you have the sword? Yes, he has the using the sword event. But he isn't using it. He didn't do his events. He didn't do his events. Didn't do the events. Do your events. Always do your events first. If you're listening to this afterwards, always do your events first. Events are super good. You don't have to accept every event. You should at least look at every event. Sometimes events can be really bad. Yeah, and then you want to delay them until the end of your turn. But sometimes, like this one, you got the sword. You should use the sword. You have it out of here. Like, it will make it so much stronger. You could just route chain. But he didn't look at the event, which is really sad. And now I think he's simply out of orders. That does not feel effective. Oh, that could have been such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful route chain if you had just wielded the sword. Yeah. Like, again, here you almost killed something. Almost is really not good enough. There was a route chain possibility here, especially if you had equipped the sword. And let's see, do they equip the sword? Now they're seeing the event. And indeed, they now have Sword of the Gods, which is 17 damage to that, 13 damage to that, 11 damage to that. Like, look at what could have happened here. This could have been a thing of beauty. Oh, my lord. Second elephant is here. There's 2 elephants here, then there's the leader elephant, and then we have no more elephants, because this is all the troops that Carthage has. But yeah, always look at your events first. Again, don't have to resolve them, but you definitely want to look at them. Really curious to see what AuxArmes does here. Again, AuxArmes has other issues going on right now. And Carthage is definitely defending. Yes, AuxArmes is stalled out. I agree, Fluffy. AuxArmes obviously has a lot more, and AuxArmes really needs to throw an influence mission on Axumite paganism and an influence mission on the oligarch. All right, let's see here. And of course, another rebel. And the rebels are pillaging stuff and attacking stuff. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rebels still in AuxArmes. So AuxArmes rebels have more units than Carthage. Yes, forts are doing work here, really helping Carthage hold on. Yeah, he can stun the hero, except for he can't stun it because it's a leader general, so he can't stun it. He actually can't kill the hero. Because Sword of the Gods is so effing strong, the African elephant has 10 strength on defense. 10 strength on defense against infantry. I guess he can disarm it, which will reduce that strength. And then he can plink it with 5 archers. Maybe he can do it. Obviously, disarming the hero, killing the hero is the right play here. He's disarming the other elephant, though. And then, yeah, he won't be able to stun the elephant. His own leader is in danger. And of course, these onagers are now online, which is going to be its own problem. Much harder to break into an onager line, and we don't have any more onagers coming. Okay, well, I think he probably needs some meat to be in front of the onagers. Definitely an exciting game here. Lots of back and forth. These rebels are something else here. Quick check what he's doing with these rebels. Doesn't look like he's spending any orders attacking the rebels. Stunned the chariot. And killed a elephant. Still has this unit to attack with. Potentially could disarm the leader general. Potentially could disarm that. Looks like he's going to disarm. I think you can disarm the leader general, or does it make it immune to disarm? What does the leader general do? Does the leader general make you completely immune? Disarm, yes, it makes you immune to disarm. So you can't even disarm the leader general. So this is going to be terrifying next turn. Carthage can route chain. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Carthage can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 route chain here. Holy shit. Will they see this? Oh my god. That is an insane route chain. Holy shit. All right. We're going to see the world's most epic route chain here in a second. Assuming Magnus sees it, but it is there. You just start it this way. And then, so we go this way. And then, yeah, we need to find 6 damage. So attacked on something. All right. Got some nice stuff. Yeah, go this way. En route. Let's go. Check events here quickly. More rebels or autonomous rule. Okay, route chain. Here we go. First one. Now we need to find 4 damage. 4 damage. Can I get 4 damage? This is why I would have liked him to attack first. You can get there, and then the slinger. Boom. 4 damage. Yes, now you need 2 damage. 2 damage. Can I get 2 damage? Need 2 damage. Find me 2 damage. Where the hell is the militia? All right, I'm back there. Can this guy get over there? All right. Do not. Did we went this way? No, we need to go the other way. Okay, we'll end with this. You can force march that to get 6 damage or 2 damage. Okay, nice, nice, nice. And then you could move this militia all the way around here with a really insane force march. Yes, and then get it. Nice. Sweet. That is beautiful. 6 units killed. Beautiful use of panic. 6 units killed. Really nicely done. That is a beautiful route chain. Okay, let's save. This seems like a great place to stop. Yeah, and unfortunately, does not quite have enough for launch offensive. Just has 1 more militia back here fighting the spearmen. Military comparison will not have updated yet, but they are similar at the moment. All right, I think they're going to save here and resume next time. Really nice defense by Carthage. Hats off, and a beautiful route chain. And there's the pause. And notice that military turn drop. We went from 1270 to 840. And AuxArmes, of course, has some issues in the back line. Both of you, like host should save. Host should save. We'll take a save as well, just for paranoia. All right, well, that ends part 1. Yeah, exciting to see how this match concludes. yeah, thanks for watching the cast. Thanks for the presence in chat. Always fun. Amazing. Yeah, really fun part 1. Click on part 1. Let us know when you schedule part 2. Try to cover casting. All right. Awesome. Thanks for watching. We'll do a quick look at some of the graphs here. We can see the military score pretty dominant, and then that route chain at the end. Science pretty much neck and neck. Slight lead for AuxArmes. Stat-wise, 22 units lost for Carthage was 14. 21 techs each. Really nice long reign on that first Axumite ruler. 86 improvements controlled by Carthage versus just 34 for AuxArmes. 102 improvements finished by Carthage, just by 47 by AuxArmes. 308 worker turns by Carthage versus 174 for AuxArmes. And one wonder, just the German aqueduct there. Food, huge advantage for Carthage. Iron and stone, Carthage is caught up. They fixed their economy here. And wood, no one has lumber mills yet, so no wood production. And we are leaving the game with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish rebels. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 7 rebels. Some raiders going on and an 8th rebel over there. So really, really exciting. Yeah, really exciting first game between these two players. So that is definitely a pushback. Power of a hero leader, we didn't even see launch offensive. That is just the beauty of a route chain. And of course, Sword of the Gods is doing so much work. Immune to critical hit, plus 50% strength versus infantry units, came at the exact right time for Carthage. All right, going to end the cast here. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching, and we will let you know when we get part 2 scheduled, and we'll definitely do our best to get caster coverage.